Chaos had an ongoing list of things that were not fun, and waiting for things to happen went right toward the top. A little anticipation was one thing, but after too long it became boring. Boring. Like right now, waiting for Ivan in Cooper's apartment because Cooper had been wrong about needing the book on hand right away. His cousin hadn't come running the second he'd called after all. They'd been waiting for hours now. They didn't know why either. The phone call between Cooper and Ivan certainly hadn't been very informative. From what Chaos had overheard, it had been mostly awkward and strange, with Cooper acting a bit like a loon. Chaos would have found it funny if Cooper hadn't been so nervous talking to the man. And now Cooper was pacing, nibbling on his fingers like he never allowed Chaos to do, getting more anxious by the minute. He wouldn't even let Chaos soothe him with his touch and his mouth, muttering something about, "If I'm interrupted by Ivan mid-blowjob, it'll ruin sex for me forever?" Rude. That was what it came down to. Rudeness. This Ivan was rude and annoying, and not in the good, fun way Chaos was. Having Nix at his side had clearly done nothing to teach the man about the importance of respecting a demon's time. Not that Ivan knew Chaos was here. Still, who said Chaos had to be logical about it? Would Ivan bring Nix with him when he came to ruin all Chaos's fun? Chaos had a feeling he would. If Ivan and Nix were looking to bond, they wouldn't want to be apart while the mortal half of their duo was still vulnerable. Speaking of, don't go thinking any lusty thoughts while Nix is here, Chaos warned Cooper from his cross-legged position on the coffee table. He can smell them. His words stopped Cooper's pacing in its tracks. Why would I? He'll meddle if he scents anything, Chaos muttered darkly, annoyed at the very thought of it. He's an incubus, he can't help it. Chaos would be shutting that part of himself, the part that looked at Cooper even now and wished to see him writhing and whining underneath him, right off the very moment Nix arrived. In that sense, it was probably good Cooper wasn't letting Chaos use his mouth to soothe him. The place would reek of sex if they were interrupted. It wouldn't take an incubus to scent it. Chaos and Nix were friends, it was true, but Nix also had a soft spot for humans. He'd see someone like Cooper and assume he needed protection from Chaos. With the contract in place between Cooper and Chaos, there wasn't much Nix could actually do about it. But it would be tiresome to have someone try to keep Cooper from him. And again, not in the fun way. "I want your sweatshirt," Chaos said suddenly. Cooper paused the pacing he'd resumed, his fingers falling from his mouth. He looked down at his chest. "The one I'm wearing?" "Yes." Chaos reached out a hand for it. "Maybe if I smell like a human I can fool Nix. That would be entertaining." Nix hadn't seen all Chaos's human forms, after all. Who was to say Nix would recognize him? Cooper pushed up his glasses as he looked Chaos over. You know your face looks the same, right? Whether you're in your demon or human form, it's identical, either way." Chaos waved his outstretched hand, dismissing Cooper's concerns. Details. Chaos didn't actually care how unlikely fooling Nix was. That was part of the fun of playing any game. There was inherent thrill in the possibility of losing, just as much as in the possibility of winning. Anyone who felt otherwise was playing for the wrong reasons. Cooper handed the sweatshirt over with a sigh, and Chaos grinned, tugging it on before cocking his head, listening closely. He could hear footsteps in the apartment hallway, followed by the murmuring of voices, one of them very familiar. Sure enough, there was a knock on Cooper's door the next moment. Cooper made a sad, strangled sound and headed toward the door to undo all his many locks. Chaos stayed right where he was. He was fast enough to interrupt any danger if Ivan tried something against Cooper, and he could see the door from where he was, although at the moment any sight of what was on the other side was blocked by Cooper. "Ivan," Cooper greeted. A cold voice answered him. "Cooper, Where's the demon? Oh, no, no. Chaos didn't like that tone, and not even a hello? No hug for Ivan's lonely, touch-starved cousin? Never mind that Chaos would have thrown him off the moment he tried. Rude, just as Chaos had thought. No demons here, Chaos called out from his perch on the coffee table. He was pleased when Cooper laughed, even if it was an awkward, nervous sound. Cooper opened the front door wider, stepping to the side to reveal both Ivan and Nix, who was beaming at Chaos. Maybe he wasn't fooled by the sweatshirt after all. It didn't matter at the moment. Chaos was distracted by his own perusal of Cooper's mean cousin. They looked nothing alike. Ivan had none of Cooper's shy mannerisms or interesting features. He was maybe handsome if someone was looking for a block of ice made sentient. He had white blonde hair, pale skin, and an expressionless face. Boring, boring, boring. Chaos cocked his head at Cooper, who was standing to the side now and nibbling at his fingers again, and Cooper drew closer to Chaos, anxiety wafting off him. Ivan scared Chaos's puppy, even with Chaos here to protect him. It wasn't life or death fear, but Cooper clearly didn't want to disappoint the man. Ivan, meet our Chaos demon, Nix announced. Chaos shot him a pout. No demons here, he insisted. I'm just a mortal, human friend of Cooper's here. If Cooper hadn't summoned any demons with the book, then Ivan would have no need to be angry with him. And if Ivan wasn't angry at Cooper, Chaos wouldn't have to kill the man for scaring his puppy. Chaos was saving lives with his little game here, and no one was appreciating it. Ivan pinched the bridge of his nose. How? And then Cooper spilled the beans before Chaos could say anything at all, his words coming out in a rush. I was uploading the ledgers you gave me. I wasn't quite sure why you wanted that old weird book with them, but I didn't want to miss it if you needed it, so I did it anyway, and then it just kind of happened. Whatever Ivan felt about that didn't show on his face. You summoning a demon just kind of happened, he repeated. Yes? And where is the book now? I still have it. I should fucking hope so, Ivan snapped. No, nope, nuh-uh. Chaos didn't like it. Not the tone, not the language, not the look in Ivan's icy eyes. Chaos hopped up, standing in front of Ivan in an instant. He felt Nix edge closer, and Chaos shot him a warning glance, stopping his dear friend in his tracks. Ivan might not realize he wasn't the biggest predator in the room, but Nix did. Hi, Chaos said to Ivan because he could be polite for Cooper's sake, even when the other person was a rude icicle creep. You're scaring Cooper. Chaos, Nix warned. Chaos ignored him. I didn't intend to scare him, Ivan said slowly. I'm simply irritated. How funny Ivan should use that word, irritated. What did this man, this human, know of irritation? He thought he had some idea because he'd lost his book for a few measly days? Chaos was the one who was irritated, locked in the void for centuries, nothing to do but watch and wait, stuck there as demon after demon completed their contracts and were set free. Finally summoned again, graced to find his perfect puppy, only to have his bonding time interrupted by this mean, cold man. Irritated, Chaos repeated. He cocked his head, imagining the perfect slice of his talons through Ivan's mortal belly. Or better yet, if I set that suit of yours on fire with you inside it, he asked, the flames' pull already tingling at his fingertips, do you think you'd be more or less irritated? Chaos, Nix tried warning again, and then, Brachus. It was strange, the way Chaos's true name sounded wrong now coming from the lips of anyone but Cooper. He turned to look at Nix. His friend's eyes were beseeching. I'm rather fond of this one, Nix said. None of his usual teasing or flirting or sly little innuendos. I'd like to keep him in top condition. And there was something in his words, something true and genuine, that not even Chaos could ignore. Nix wasn't looking for a bond just to free himself. He liked this human enough to stay with him forever. That was unexpected. Chaos loved unexpected. Oh! Chaos released some of his rage, allowing his inner flames to bank and cool. Why didn't you say so? He felt a rush of fondness for his friend, who'd tried his very best to entertain and distract Chaos through the painful boredom of the last centuries. The two of them may have been thrown together by circumstance, but their bond was real. Chaos had maybe gotten a bit of Cooper-focused tunnel vision and forgotten to be a good friend to Nix. Oopsies. He smiled brightly. Hello, Nix. Could you tell it was me? And then he threw himself into Nix's arms for a hug, his last lingering irritation soothed away by Nix's quiet, hello, sweets. Chaos would let the mean cousin live, at least for now. Chapter 11. Cooper stood awkwardly by while Nix and Chaos embraced in his living room. Something bitter was churning in Cooper's gut, something beyond just his nerves about Ivan's anger. Nix was so beautiful, and Chaos seemed so fond of him. It had only taken one word from Nix for Chaos to back off of Ivan. Cooper hadn't known Chaos could be so obedient. He cleared his throat, wanting an excuse to get out of the room. Let me just grab that book for you. He hurried into the computer room and grabbed the book off his desk before coming back quickly to hand it back to Ivan. Ivan. Cooper had never seen his cousin actually cautious of another being before, at least not since Dmitri had died. Ivan was usually the scariest person in the room, and he knew it, but apparently now Cooper's demon, the one he'd been holed up in a hotel room playing faux honeymoon with, was scarier. It almost made Cooper smile, but Nix and Chaos were still hugging, so he couldn't quite manage the curl of his lips. There's a meeting the day after tomorrow, Ivan said after staring at the book in his hands for a long moment. If you and your demon would like to attend. That was the politest request for a work event Cooper had ever gotten from his cousin. Come to think of it, Cooper was pretty sure he'd never gotten a request at all before. He received orders, curt and cold, and non-negotiable. It was so far from the norm that Cooper didn't even know how to respond. What about? Ivan didn't glare at him or snap at him for asking unnecessary questions. We're making some changes, he answered instead, side-eyeing Chaos, who'd finally released Nix. Getting rid of the rest of Sergei's men, for one. The rest of Sergei's men? Does that mean you found them? Cooper couldn't quite keep the relief out of his voice. An angry Sergei wasn't someone he'd ever wanted to run into, not after he'd been the one to spot the inconsistencies in Sergei's finances. He's in the trunk of our car, Ivan said, matter of fact. Of course he was. Of course, Ivan had been running around with his right-hand man in the trunk of his car. Alive or dead, he hadn't specified, and Cooper wasn't going to ask. If Sergei was still alive, it wouldn't be for long. Will it be fun? Chaos asked Nix, not Cooper, tugging at the other demon's arm like a little kid. The meeting? You might get to kill someone, Nix told him, his voice full of fondness. He said it like it was a reassurance, and it probably was, because unlike Cooper, Chaos liked violence, thrived on it, it seemed. Vicious and wild, that was how he liked his humans, and his fellow demons, apparently. No doubt Nix had a vicious side, if he was spending this much time with Ivan unscathed. Cooper could almost picture the two of them together, Nix and Chaos, wrapped around each other in that void of theirs. But he stopped himself before the image could crystallize. Chaos had told him no sex thoughts because Nix could smell them. Nix, who was so beautiful, and probably looked even more beautiful naked. Had Chaos seen him naked? He must have. They'd been together for centuries. Fuck. Cooper swore, unable to find a way out of his circling thoughts. All three of his guests turned to look at him, and Cooper could feel the blood drain from his face. That was three people's very intense attention to have on himself. As if summoned by Cooper's discomfort, Chaos finally left Nick's side, bounced over to perch on the coffee table again, and tugged Cooper into him with an arm around his hip. Despite his embarrassment, Cooper let out an inaudible sigh of relief at the touch. Chaos might have been wild and vicious by nature, but he'd also become a comfort to Cooper these last few days. His touch was as reassuring as it was sometimes stimulating. No sex thoughts, Cooper reminded himself. No thinking about Chaos on his knees, his mouth around your dick. Bad brain, bad brain. Luckily, Ivan seemed to attribute Cooper's outburst to its most likely cause, the thought of the impending meeting, which would no doubt end in bloodshed. Cooper doesn't involve himself in the violence usually, Ivan explained to Nix, like it was a funny character quirk. He won't have to, though, if I'm there, Chaos said immediately, patting Cooper's hip. That was actually kind of nice to think about. Cooper had never had anyone to protect him before when it came to these things. He'd been to plenty of mafia meetings, and his heart jumped at the thought of it. Bloodshed, betrayal. Cooper will let you know, Chaos told them suddenly, his hand tightening on Cooper's hip as he seemed to register Cooper's anxiety. Or he won't, but you two can go now. You're still scaring him. Was he really dismissing Ivan, just like that? It seemed to piss Ivan off as much as Cooper might expect. His cousin lost the tense air he'd been holding, a vein in his temple jumping as his jaw clenched, never a good sign. Are you sure you're not scaring Cooper? He asked Chaos in a voice as cold as ice. But of course, Chaos wasn't intimidated. It's different when it's me, he said haughtily. I'm afraid your tiny human brain wouldn't understand. Jesus. A fight could not break out between the two of them. Chaos hadn't seemed opposed to killing Ivan, and having a murdered mob boss in his apartment was the last thing Cooper needed. Besides, Ivan might have been kind of terrifying, but it wasn't like Cooper actually wanted to end his life. Ivan wasn't nearly the monster Dmitri had been. He was just scary. But that wasn't an execution-worthy offense, in Cooper's opinion, no matter what Chaos might think. You can send me the details, Cooper managed to say, trying to keep an eye on both of them at the same time. Now it sounded like he was the one dismissing Ivan from his presence, but he couldn't figure out how else to break this tension. Ivan didn't respond, and it was Nix who asked, You sure you two will be all right? Cooper felt the sharp, bitter sting of jealousy again. Did Nix want to stay here with Chaos? But Chaos only said, Go away, Nix, bright and cheerful, and just as dismissive as he'd been with Ivan. When Nix's gaze swung to him, Cooper only shrugged. He didn't need protection from Chaos. Whatever happened would happen. Cooper had already decided to lean into the uncertainty his demon had brought into his life. It may have made his stomach flip, but Cooper was used to that, and he was learning that maybe it was a good thing every now and then to be uncomfortable in that way. Cooper had spent too long shying away from discomfort, caging himself in. It was a safer way to live, maybe, but it had also made his life lonely and small. With another glare at Chaos from Ivan and Nix finally left. Cooper ran after them to lock the doors behind them. Just because he was giving in to the uncertainty didn't mean he had to let go of safety altogether. And then pressed his forehead to the door, taking in deep, soothing breaths. Chaos stood next to him, cocking his head like he was listening. A mischievous grin graced his lips. Your Ivan's annoyed. He thinks they can't control me. His grin widened, his golden eyes twinkling. He's right, they can't. Cooper let out a breathless laugh. At least he wasn't the only one out of his depth when it came to this demon. Cooper sat cross-legged on the couch, stewing in his own nervousness as he clenched his hands in his lap, trying to stop chewing on his fingers. Chaos was perched next to him, their knees just touching. His head was cocked again like he was studying Cooper. He'd been quiet a surprisingly long time, but now he spoke. "We won't go if you're so scared, puppy." To the meeting, Chaos meant. He was offering to skip it for Cooper. Cooper shoved his glasses up his nose as he tilted his head to glance at the demon. "But Nick said it would be fun for you." Nix had actually said Chaos might get to kill someone, but Cooper wasn't up for repeating that at the moment. The thought of his new friend murdering some mobster, even with Cooper's awareness of who and what Chaos was, would still take some adjusting to. Chaos suddenly grabbed Cooper's hand, coaxing it out of its clenched fist to examine his bitten-down nails. "Staying with you is fun for me," he muttered. Cooper sighed. "Ugh, Brockus." Chaos pouted at him, pinching Cooper's knuckle. "What?" "When you do find your human mate, you can't go pushing aside your own needs for them like that all the time," Cooper chastised. "It's not healthy." Cooper knew a little bit about that. From his one disastrous relationship, he'd made himself small and unobtrusive and ignored his every inner instinct, and his boyfriend had still been a massive dickhead to him in the end. Cooper didn't want anything like that for Chaos. The demon was too sweet for all that he was dangerous, and maybe a little feral. Chaos's pout deepened. "You think I'm lying?" "I think you need more excitement than holding up with me in my apartment," Cooper told him, arching a brow. "We have done more than that," Chaos argued, his tone petulant all of a sudden. "The hotel, sex, geese with knives." Cooper bit back a smile. Chaos was trying to be thoughtful in his own way. He didn't want to push Cooper into something he didn't want, something that scared him, but Cooper had been to dozens of meetings like this before, and he'd always survived. They might make him a bit nervous, but he could push through the discomfort. And he'd have Chaos there, watching his back. Cooper had never had that before. "We'll go," he said firmly, curling his fingers around Chaos's hand, and before Chaos could protest, he added, "Would you like to practice kissing with me some more?" Chaos blinked back at him, mouth half open. Cooper had actually caught him off guard for once. Cooper had never been the one to suggest they start their practice before. He always let Chaos take the lead when it came to that. But right now, Cooper wanted it, needed it, and he didn't want to wait for it to happen. He'd been forced to watch Chaos snuggle up to beautiful Nix, and now Chaos was being so unbearably sweet, offering to give up exciting bloodshed just to make Cooper more comfortable. Cooper wanted to touch him, to be touched by him. He hoped Chaos wanted the same. Chaos's hesitation didn't last long. "Yes," he nodded eagerly, wild strands of hair flopping in his face. "Yes, puppy, good idea. Let's practice." He said the last word with a wicked bite of humor, like it was some sort of inside joke. And then he was tugging Cooper onto his lap, arranging Cooper's legs until he was straddling the demon. Chaos was still in his human form, though his hair had stayed purple, and his eyes were a golden yellow instead of brown. But he had no wings to contend with as he leaned back on the couch, his hands settling on Cooper's hips. Chaos had gotten very familiar with the process of kissing during their sessions, and he slid his hand easily into Cooper's hair now, tugging Cooper's mouth to his. Cooper moaned into the kiss as he slid his tongue into Chaos's waiting mouth. He loved how warm Chaos was, in whatever form he took. Loved the way he met Cooper with such greedy intent, like Cooper was a meal he'd been starving for. Cooper's cock filled rapidly, his body associating Chaos's touch with incoming pleasure, after the way Chaos had been tossing him blowjobs like candy the past few days. He ground his hips against Chaos shamelessly as Chaos licked and nibbled and murmured approvingly at him. Cooper's own movements were artless and sloppy, his arousal coming on too fast, but Chaos liked that just fine, Cooper had learned. As long as Cooper was enthusiastically into whatever they were doing, Chaos was delighted. When oxygen became a scarce commodity, Cooper leaned back, trying to catch his breath. He couldn't help asking the question that had been plaguing him, the words coming out between pants. "Did you and Nix ever—" When Chaos only cocked his head with a frown, Cooper gestured between them. "Like this? Together?" "Oh, practice?" Cooper bit back another surge of bitterness at Chaos using their word to describe what he'd done with Nix. But Chaos was already shaking his head. "No, Nix prefers human prey, and I prefer—" He bit at his lower lip mischievously, thumb stroking the soft skin of Cooper's hips. "Something different." "Oh." Cooper fiddled with the hoodie strings on Chaos's sweatshirt. Cooper's sweatshirt, really, that Chaos had taken. "Brockus?" "Yes, puppy." Cooper didn't know quite how to ask what he wanted to. He had gotten too used to the apps, too used to walking into a room and already knowing what was expected. "Would you like to fuck me? Will you fuck me? Please, God, just go ahead and fuck me." He cleared his throat, grinding down just a touch, reassuring himself that Chaos was hard, too. Cooper wasn't the only one. "Do you want to see my toys again?" Flames lit up in Chaos's pupils. "Just to see?" he asked coyly, thumbs pressing hard into Cooper's skin now. "No, you can—" Cooper's breath hitched as Chaos's fingers dipped below his waistband. "You can play with them, with me, if you want." Chaos's gaze dropped to Cooper's sweatpants and the erection tenting them. It was obvious what Cooper wanted, no matter how roundabout his request. But it was hard for embarrassment to linger when Chaos stroked a finger over the fabric, humming appreciatively when Cooper's cock jerked under his touch. "But puppy," he murmured, a sly edge to his voice, "what if I put one of those toys inside you and I get all jealous?" Cooper swallowed with a dry throat, trying to stop himself from rocking into Chaos's touch and focus. Cooper hadn't said anything about putting the toys inside him, but he wasn't going to correct Chaos, not when that was exactly what he'd been looking for. "What do you mean jealous?" "What if I want to be inside you instead?" Chaos asked, his lower lip pushing out as he teased Cooper's cock. "What if I want to fill you up?" Then, Cooper's face felt hot, his body strung tight with tension. "Well, then I guess you could do that. If you end up feeling jealous." Chaos grinned at him, no longer coy but triumphant, and then he was standing, Cooper in his arms. Cooper didn't know how that was possible. They were the same fucking size, but he supposed that was the demon strength coming in handy. Chaos walked them to the bedroom, tossing Cooper onto the bed like a sack of potatoes when they got there. Cooper giggled as he bounced on the mattress, the sound trailing off as he felt a strange flash of warmth. He yelped. Holy shit, his clothes are on fucking fire! But the fear only lasted a moment. His clothes disintegrated around him in an instant. His skin untouched and unharmed by the flames. His bed not even smoking. Cooper was left nude, his heart racing with residual adrenaline. He gaped at Chaos, who was naked now as well, that intimidating cock bobbing in front of him as he opened Cooper's bedside drawer. Chaos ignored Cooper's shock, humming in thought as he stared inside the drawer, then pulled out Cooper's anal beads. "Like eggs," he murmured. "Hatchlings." He grinned at Cooper, waving the beads in front of him. "Our hatchlings would be so cute, don't you think?" Should we try to make some?" A new sort of anxiety coursed through Cooper. Chaos couldn't mean, "Right, but wait." Cooper shook his head. "That can't actually. We can't actually." Chaos cackled, setting the beads and a bottle of lube beside Cooper on the bed. He knelt between Cooper's thighs, pushing Cooper's legs apart to give himself more room, stroking Cooper's hip. "Silly puppy," he soothed. "Don't fret. I'm going to take such good care of you." It wasn't nearly as reassuring as Chaos seemed to think. Not when Cooper didn't have an answer to what the fuck hatchlings were, but apparently Cooper's body didn't care about any of that. He was still hard as a rock, pre-cum dripping from his tip, waiting for whatever would come next, whatever Chaos wanted. Chapter 12. Chaos knelt between Cooper's spread legs, practically vibrating with giddy excitement. After the extreme terribleness that had been Ivan's visit, Chaos was being rewarded for his restraint. He hadn't maimed the cousin or set him on fire even a little bit, and now he was going to play with Cooper in new, exciting ways, and it had all been Cooper's suggestion. Splendid! Splendid, splendid, splendid. Chaos licked his lips, sliding his taloned hands up and down the soft skin of Cooper's inner thighs, watching the way the swell of Cooper's lower belly clenched at the touch. Cooper's muscles were trembling, and his hard, flushed cock was bobbing in the air like a tasty treat. A tasty treat just for Chaos. Still, Cooper's nerves permeated the air as he licked his lips and muttered, "You'll need to use, lots of lube and prep me. Don't just jam the beads in." Chaos grinned. He knew that much from all the human porn sets Nix had made him watch through the portal, but he didn't mind Cooper's nerves. They were like a delicious delicacy, wrapped up as they were in his trust in Chaos. Trust that, by all rights, Chaos shouldn't have deserved. "You're such a good teacher, puppy," Chaos crooned, pushing Cooper's legs back, purring his approval when Cooper grabbed the backs of his own thighs helpfully. He tugged a pillow from the head of the bed and placed it under Cooper's rump, then leaned forward and removed Cooper's glasses, carefully setting them on the side table. "I could just eat you up." "No teeth," Cooper reminded him, his face flushing pink as he held himself open for Chaos. "No teeth," Chaos repeated. "Only fingers and lips and cock and tongue and toy." He thumbed at Cooper's exposed crease, that little hole he was about to play with, winking at him. Speaking of lips and tongues, Chaos dropped down into his hands and shoved his face into that furrow, mouthing at Cooper's entrance. "Oh!" Cooper cried, his hands falling from his thighs as his lower body jerked off the bed. "Oh, fuck, what?" Chaos lifted his head, grabbing Cooper's hands and putting them back where they'd been. He stroked Cooper's hole, now wet with his spit, as he asked, "This is something humans do with their lovers, yes?" Yes," Cooper said, sounding unsure as Chaos leaned down to lick at him again. "Oh my God." Chaos settled into place, wiggling his pointed tongue right into that waiting hole, delighted by how easily it slid in. Cooper tasted musky and secret there, and he made the most interesting noises as Chaos's tongue split into a fork, twisting inside him. Oh, this was wonderful. Chaos didn't need to nibble off fingers or break any skin. He could devour Cooper just like this, in a way they both enjoyed. And by the sounds of it, Cooper was enjoying it very much. Chaos got lost in the pleasure of it, humming and giggling and taking turns licking and sucking and kissing, until he was brought back to the present by a sharp tug at his hair. "Brachus!" Oh, had Cooper been calling him long? Chaos lifted his head, licking at his spit-soaked lips. "Yes, puppy?" Cooper's beautiful mismatched eyes were half-lidded and glassy. I'm going to come if you keep doing that. That's good, Chaos soothed, stroking his hands up Cooper's thighs in approval. Did you want? Cooper cocked his chin to the beads that were still laid out on the bed. Oh, right. Chaos had maybe forgotten about those. Oops. He started bobbing his head, pretending otherwise. Yes, right. He grabbed blindly for the lube before plopping a generous amount onto Cooper's hole. No matter that it was already dripping with Chaos's saliva. He used his finger to push it all inside, grinning at the way Cooper's inner muscles sucked his digit in. Just like they had with his tongue. Just like they would with his cock. Next, Chaos covered the beads dutifully. Then he looked down at the soaked bedspread. Very messy, he commented mildly. There was laughter hidden in Cooper's voice as he said, Well, you used, quite a lot. You told me to. Chaos shuffled closer on his knees. Turn on your stomach now, puppy. It's time to play. Cooper rolled over for him. He still had the pillow under his hips, which put his perfect bottom right in Chaos's face. Splendid. Chaos held the beads in front of him, studying them. They weren't like a necklace, all laid out on a string. They were firmer than that, but still a little bendy. Silicone, Nix had told him once about a toy like this. Ready, puppy? Cooper made a vague sound of confirmation. His head pillowed on his folded arms. The nervous energy that had disappeared when Chaos was eating him out was back again, but Chaos was sure it would disappear again in no time. He was going to take such good care of his puppy. He went slowly with the beads, watching his progress so very closely. Cooper would bear down with each new bead, his rim stretching to take the width before swallowing it inside him. He'd make a little breathy groan, like he was relieved and turned on at the same time, until the next one came along and the whole process started again. It was fascinating, especially when Chaos tried to hold the bead there at its widest point, his finger tracing the stretched skin of Cooper's rim, Cooper whining at him to hurry up, please. When Chaos had pushed all but the last 2 beads inside him, Cooper was shiny with sweat, his muscles trembling again. How do you feel? Chaos asked, curiously. Full. Cooper made it sound like a good thing. Chaos slid his hand under his puppy to check. Yes, his cock was still hard, all slick with pre-cum, too. Cooper ground against Chaos's palm, making a little gasping sound as his hips moved. How does it feel inside you when you move like that? Chaos asked. Strange. Cooper moved again, and he made a funny mewling sound. Oh, fuck, feels good. They press against... He let out a gasping breath. Jesus. Chaos laughed. This was just as much fun as putting them in had been. He palmed Cooper's ass cheek, kind of massaging the muscle around, loving the way Cooper moaned at his touch. Rub yourself against my hand more, he ordered. Cooper obeyed right away, as if he wanted nothing more. He started rocking, sliding his cock against Chaos's palm, the last 2 beads sticking out of him like his own little tail. It was captivating to watch. Made heat curl in Chaos's belly the way Cooper's back and ass muscles flexed and writhed. Cooper seemed so soft at first glance, but there was strength there. Judging by his sounds and by the amount of pre-cum coating Chaos's hand, the beads were making him feel very good. Very, very good. Puppy? It took Cooper a moment to speak. Yeah? I was right. Chaos shuffled even closer, slapping his hard cock against Cooper's ass cheek, right next to the remaining beads. I'm getting jealous, he whined. I want in. Let me in. Oh, shit, okay. It seemed to take Cooper a considerable amount of effort to still his rocking hips. You'll need to take those out first. Yes, Chaos hissed, still rubbing himself against Cooper's fleshy cheek, his viscous pre-cum thick and sticky against Cooper's skin. We'll take them out, just Me inside you. Only me. Right, I'm probably going to come when you take those out. I'm too close. Cooper sounded apologetic, like he thought he was disappointing Chaos. But Chaos thought that was a wonderful idea. And then you'll come again, with me. Just me. Cooper let out a weak laugh. Well, I'll try. No, Chaos decided. You definitely will. Cooper let out another laugh, like Chaos was being ridiculous. Okay, so don't completely yank them, but you can take them out kind of quick. It feels good that way. Can I, keep rubbing against your hand? Chaos was feeling very gracious now that he knew he was going to be filling Cooper soon. You may, he said magnanimously. You may rub against me and come all over the bed, and then you may turn over and let me mount you. Chaos needed that, actually. It almost hurt now, his need to be inside Cooper. He'd never felt desire like this before. He couldn't decide if he loved it or hated it. It was strange to be ruled by something other than his usual thirst for mayhem. Cooper started rolling his hips again, pressing into Chaos's hold, that charred caramel arousal scent thick in the air. Chaos waited until he could feel Cooper's cock jerk and swell, and then he pulled steadily on the beads as Cooper moaned desperately, shooting all over Chaos's hand. Yes. Chaos tossed the beads somewhere or other and flipped Cooper over, pushing his legs back as far as they could go. Inside, 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 he muttered, feeling almost feverish now. Maybe he was coming down with something. Could demons get sick? My turn inside now. He notched the tapered head of his cock against the hole his tongue and the beads had loosened so wonderfully, and slid right in, while Cooper was still trembling from his orgasm. Yes, 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 this was right and good, tight and warm and perfect. Cooper cried out, his back arching off the bed. Chaos stilled with considerable effort. Too rough? No, Cooper told him in between open-mouthed panting. Just sensitive, just came. But he wrapped his legs around Chaos's hips, his calves sliding against Chaos's tail. It's fine, keep going. Chaos didn't ask twice. He moved, a rumbling purr leaving his throat at the feel of Cooper around him. Even with Chaos's natural heat, Cooper's insides were warm and wet. Chaos really had used quite a bit of lube, and absolutely divine. Chaos slid in easily with each thrust of his hips, but then the muscles gripped him so tightly every time he retreated, like they were eager to keep him inside. And the noises. Cooper must have still been feeling oversensitive because he was gasping and whining and mewling, his fingers clenched tightly around the bed covers, much louder than he'd been even with the beads. Oversensitive, but letting Chaos do what he wanted anyway. So good for me, puppy, Chaos praised. His wings were tucked tight against his back, rigid with the tension of his pleasure. Cooper's sweaty face flushed an even brighter pink at the praise. Does it feel good? Inside me? Chaos leaned back, stroking over Cooper's belly and hips and thighs. I was right to be jealous of your beads. There's nothing like it, so welcoming, so cozy. I might just live here now, inside you. What do you think? Cooper laughed, then moaned as the movement made his walls tighten around Chaos. I think, oh fuck, he yelled as Chaos started stroking his cock again. He was half hard, either in spite of or because of Chaos overwhelming his senses. Think it might be, hard to get anything done. As if Chaos cared for anything as insipid as productivity. You're hard again, he said approvingly after another minute of stroking. Cooper groaned, covering his face with his hands, but Chaos tugged his arms back down. He wanted to see. Cooper looked so interesting right now, all flushed and sweaty and open-mouthed, so undone, so wrecked. Can't help it, Cooper told him when Chaos wouldn't let him cover himself again. Those bumps of yours, they're pressing. You like my nodules? Chaos preened. releasing his hold on Cooper's cock and placing his hands by his head, leaning over him fully. "They get bigger right before I come. Did you notice? You'll see again soon." He dropped his body on top of Cooper's, pressing them together skin to skin. Oh yes, this was nice. Chaos always liked being naked with Cooper. Cooper might not have had any lovely fur, but his skin was always soft and cool. Chaos started moving again, the call of Cooper's tight walls too strong to ignore. "Puppy?" he asked, licking a strip of sweat off Cooper's cheek. Yeah? Kiss me now." Cooper did as he asked, his kiss all distracted and sloppy, like he was too overwhelmed to do it properly, grunting into Chaos's mouth with each thrust. Chaos enjoyed that immensely. "It's time to come again, puppy," he murmured against Cooper's lips as he felt himself getting close, the base of his tail hot and tight. Cooper shook his head furiously. I can't. Too soon." "You can," Chaos insisted, clasping Cooper's hands with his own as he fucked into him furiously. "Whatever I want, whenever I want, come for me, and I'll fill you up so nicely." He put his lips to Cooper's neck, then pressed his sharp teeth in, not enough to break the skin, but a threat all the same. That did it. Cooper yelled out, his whole body trembling as his release shot between them, coating their stomachs. "Yes!" Chaos breathed, his tail stiffening as his nodules swelled and then emptied into his shaft, shooting all his spend into Cooper. "Yes, yes, yes!" He ground against Cooper's hips, shuddering against him, breeding his perfect loyal summoner. Not truly, sad as it was. There could be no hatchlings between human males and demon males, not even chaos demons. But it was fun to tease anyway. Cooper liked it, Chaos had learned, to be a little frightened when he was aroused. And Chaos was very good at being a little frightening. When Cooper's shaking and trembling and little gasping sounds eased, Chaos withdrew, rising onto his hands and grinning down at him. "How was that?" Cooper slung an arm over his eyes as if to escape Chaos's gaze. Chaos let him this time. "I can't answer," Cooper groaned. "I'm dead. You killed me with your demon dick." "Is that human speak for a very good job? Very good, very gentle, very human sex?" "Sure, we'll go with that." Chaos got to his knees, sitting back and spreading Cooper's thighs so he could watch his spend trickle out of that poor, puffy hole. Cooper didn't even try to fight it. He just relaxed his legs into Chaos's hold and let him do what he wanted. Chaos grinned. Yes, he was growing very fond of mating. Chapter 13. There were feathers on Cooper's pillow, 2 of them, to be exact, shiny and black and soft-looking. He blinked, trying to clear the bleariness from his vision. Actually, now that he was seeing them up close, the feathers weren't pure black like he'd thought before. There were threads of iridescent blue and purple weaving through them, glimmering in the morning light. Cooper hadn't known Chaos could shed his feathers at all. Maybe it only happened when he was excited? Which he certainly had been last night. Excited and enthusiastic and about 1,000 miles out of Cooper's league sexually. After fucking Cooper into the most powerful orgasm of his life so far, Chaos had allowed him to recover, lulled him into a false sense of security, really, only to pull out Cooper's fleshlight and gleefully use it on Cooper's cock until Chaos suddenly frowned, told Cooper that his mouth was much too jealous of the toy, and then proceeded to blow Cooper into a third orgasm so overwhelming, Cooper had almost been in physical pain. So yeah, sex with Chaos was certainly something, feathers or no. The intensity of his attention, the ferocity of his touch, the way he acted like Cooper's body was a playground he'd never tire of exploring. It was addictive, basically. Cooper could admit it now. He was in serious fucking trouble. It was going to hurt like hell when Chaos finally left. But maybe Cooper needed that, even if it felt like the worst thing that could happen. He'd become so accustomed to loneliness, to the certainty that he'd never find a companion of his own, that he'd forgotten why people wanted them so badly in the first place. He was remembering now what the appeal was to have someone of his own, someone who was a friend he could laugh and game with, someone who would push him out of the comfort zone he'd kept so small these past years, someone who would hold him and fuck him and love him just as he was. Cooper slid a finger along one of the fallen feathers. It was soft, after all, only to have a whole-ass wingtip suddenly brushing across his cheek. "You're awake, puppy?" Cooper craned his neck to look over his shoulder, where Chaos was lying on his side behind him, his chest at Cooper's back, with a few inches of bed in between them. They were both still very naked. Cooper smiled shyly at him as Chaos folded his wing back, although it was ridiculous to be shy, wasn't it? When Chaos had turned him inside out in 100 different ways the night before. "I'm awake." "I'm glad." Chaos scooted closer until they were touching, his soft fur brushing against the skin of Cooper's lower back and his cock. Jesus, was that thing really hard again? Pressing against Cooper's crease. "Puppy?" "Yeah?" Cooper asked, the word coming out hoarse. "I'm cold." Cooper huffed a laugh. "Liar, you're a furnace." He really was. Cooper could feel the heat of Chaos against his back, prickles of sweat already forming where they'd touched. Chaos tucked his chin against Cooper's shoulder. "But I'd be so much warmer inside of you," he whined. Jesus. Cooper had created a monster, or he'd let one through the proverbial door at the very least. But for all that Cooper was a little sore in some delicate places, he also felt pretty fucking good. Worn out in a satisfying way, his muscles loose and his brain quiet, like it almost never was first thing in the morning. He wasn't even spiraling about the meeting they had to attend later today. At least, not yet. So he hiked his leg up, twisting his lower body in a way that exposed him for Chaos's attentions. "All right, Menace." He let out a breath, already shivery with anticipation. "Come inside, then." "Really?" Chaos brushed a finger against Cooper's crease, dipping into the furrow to circle his hole. Probably noting Cooper's slight grimace, he reassured him. "I'll be so gentle, so slow, you won't be sorry." Then there was more lube at Cooper's entrance, an absurd amount, once again, and hardly a minute later, Chaos was slipping inside him, nice and easy, just as he'd promised. Cooper let out another breath, his body sinking into the bed as his muscles relaxed. Besides a little pinch at his rim, it felt really, really good. The tapered tip of Chaos's cock came in handy, sliding in so easily like it did, and with those nodules, well, Chaos didn't have to do much for those to hit all the right places. Chaos's arm slipped around Cooper's belly, pulling him more firmly against him as he just barely pulled out before pressing in again slowly. He hummed. "So much better, puppy, so warm and cozy." Cooper's cheeks heated, his ears too. He'd never been called warm and cozy in the context of being a receptacle for dick before, but he kind of liked it. It was strangely flattering and weirdly endearing, like pretty much everything Chaos did. Chaos went slow, just as promised, grinding their lower halves together. Somehow his restraint only seemed to highlight the bumps of those nodules, the way they pressed and massaged against Cooper's inner walls. Cooper was hard in no time at all, and Chaos was instantly gleeful, pressing his hand against Cooper so that the slow drag of his hips rubbed Cooper's cock between his body and Chaos's palm. It shouldn't have been enough, it really shouldn't have. But it would be, wouldn't it? Cooper would come just as Chaos wanted. Last night, he'd managed it even when he'd been overstimulated and so sensitive. But this morning he felt loose and pliant and cozy. And it just felt so fucking good, especially with Chaos murmuring in his ear the way he was. So perfect, puppy. Yes, 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 yes. Cooper's orgasm crested in a quiet wave, no less intense for the way it sneaked up on him. His whole body shuddered, his toes curling, and Chaos's praise intensified. A long, steady stream of adulation. Just a few pumps of his hips later, and he was half draped over Cooper, his arm digging into Cooper's belly as he quivered against him. That otherworldly heat filling Cooper, just like it had the night before. Cooper cupped a hand to his lower belly as he shook and shattered in Chaos's arms. No one had ever come inside him unprotected before. Not until Chaos. Chaos spent a long few minutes pressing kisses to Cooper's shoulder, letting them both come down from their peaks, and then abruptly pulled out before bounding off the bed to who knew where, yelling, "Be right back." Cooper didn't have the energy to follow, but Chaos returned before he knew it anyway, and Cooper gasped at the extremely rough, extremely cold, wet washcloth that was pressed against his ass. "See?" Chaos asked as he cleaned Cooper with a less than delicate bedside manner. "I was so gentle, wasn't I?" Drawing cleanup aside, he had been, in his way, just like he had been every time they'd hooked up. But was gentle really what Chaos enjoyed? Cooper gathered his strength, propping up onto his arm to look at Chaos over his shoulder. "It's still good for you like that?" he asked hesitantly, "even though you're used to rough and wild?" Chaos frowned at him, tossing the washcloth on the floor without looking where it landed. "Of course. I'm not some single-minded brute like Kaiser. I can like more than one thing, and just because something is soft doesn't mean it isn't strong, too, and appealing." He gave Cooper a sly look. "I still filled you with my seed, didn't I? Planted my hatchlings inside you?" Cooper rolled his eyes. He was 90% certain now that Chaos was just fucking with him about the hatchlings thing. Or 80%? He'd still ask Nix later, just in case. Chaos hopped onto his feet, clapping his hands. "Now, what does one wear to a mafia meeting? A tracksuit? A tuxedo? Chainmail armor?" Cooper laughed, rising from the bed on shaky legs. He was growing far too fond of this demon menace. He was totally screwed. He knew that now. And maybe he should feel bad that he'd sort of just fallen into being Chaos's human source for sexual experimentation. His fake boyfriend, almost. But Cooper had been lonely for so long, and honestly, even if this wasn't real, it was a better situation than he'd hoped for in a long time. It was hard to find someone who could handle Cooper's dangerous connections, and also didn't mind that he was a shy, nerdy shut-in. He'd had exactly one boyfriend, the one who'd been mean as hell, and Cooper had been too much of a pushover to stand up to him. Chaos may have been a bit of a bulldozer when it came to what he wanted, but he wasn't mean. He was even sweet, in his way, and interesting, and silly, and beautiful. Cooper had never stood a chance. Plus, it was kind of a nerd's wet dream, wasn't it, to have an otherworldly creature actually want to hop into bed with you? And going into this meeting of Ivan's, Cooper would have someone at his back for the first time in, well, maybe his whole life. Cooper would be protected by someone who cared enough to make sure he wasn't hurt, who wasn't so lost to his own inner demons that he forgot Cooper existed. Even if that someone wasn't staying, Cooper was going to enjoy it while he could. Cooper thanked the driver as he and Chaos got out of the car Ivan had sent for them. They were at a familiar side door entrance of a faded brick building. "Where are we?" Chaos asked, eyeing the peeling red paint of the door as he sniffed the air. "It doesn't smell like blood or carnage. It smells like food." He sounded disappointed by that fact. "It's a restaurant," Cooper explained. "Ivan's father liked to do business here." Cooper could still remember his own father kneeling in front of one of the red booths inside, begging for Dmitri to take him on. Could still remember Dmitri's cold eyes looking to Cooper instead, sizing him up, calculating whether he'd be useful, or if he and his father were just one more bag of trash to dispose of. Cooper suppressed a shiver. He'd just add the queasy feeling thinking of Dmitri gave him to the nerves already roiling in his stomach, and grabbed Chaos's hand. "Come on, then." He poked his head inside the door. Ivan and Nix were at a booth with Sasha and a big burly man with long black hair Cooper hadn't met before. There was another unfamiliar couple at the table, a nervous-looking blonde man and his severe-looking partner who was wearing an unusually ostentatious suit for a mafia meetup. Ivan was, of course, pointing a gun at Cooper. It was how he usually greeted unexpected visitors, never mind that he'd sent the car for them. Cooper just nodded at him. He didn't like violence, but Ivan had a steady hand. He wouldn't shoot Cooper by accident. Cooper led Chaos through the door, and Chaos immediately hissed at Ivan, apparently not liking the weapon aimed in Cooper's direction. Instead of shooting Chaos for his insolence, Ivan put his gun back in its holster. There were definitely benefits to being a scary little demon fiend or being a scary little demon fiend's companion. When he caught sight of Chaos, the big guy next to Sasha growled, turning to Nix for some reason. "What did you do, Incubus?" "Me?" Nix asked innocently. Chaos grinned at the massive stranger. He was in his human form, but even with his little dimple, his smile looked kind of evil. "Hello, Kaisir." Oh, right, the warrior demon who'd been in the void with Chaos and Nix. Chaos had told Cooper about him. With the way Kai tugged Sasha to his side protectively, and the way Sasha gave him an adoring, dreamy little smile in return, it seemed like he was more than just Sasha's summoned muscle. It looked like Cooper's cousin had a demon boyfriend. That was 3 of them in the same family shacked up with demons. Jesus. Did they have some sort of blood-borne condition that predisposed them? Or was it just generally contagious? Ivan looked weirdly pleased by the ragtag group they all made, his eyes gleaming under the restaurant lights. He was almost smiling, which was unnatural enough to give Cooper the shivers. "Cooper, this is Kai, Sasha's partner. Chaos, this is my younger brother Sasha, Cooper's other cousin. We also have Eric and Wolf here with us, friends of Alexei's." Cooper barely hid his gasp of surprise, masking it with an awkward cough. As far as he knew, Ivan and Alexei, the middle brother between Ivan and Sasha, and Cooper's other cousin were still on bad terms. Murderous terms, to be exact. What the hell were Alexei's friends doing helping Ivan out? Chaos sniffed the air, pointing to the blonde, Eric, and his partner, Wolf. "Why do you 2 smell so strange?" "Vampires," Kai growled in explanation. "Huh. Well then." Cooper hadn't known those existed. He'd have to muster up the proper shock later, when he wasn't about to pass out from anxiety. No one else seemed surprised by the news, however, and Chaos looked positively delighted. "Wonderful," he crowed. He tugged Cooper down at the booth with the others, with Cooper next to Nix and Chaos at the end. The arrangement placed them across from Sasha and Kai. Chaos only sniffed haughtily when Sasha smiled at him, not showing an ounce of his usual chaotic charm, and Cooper nudged him discreetly. "Yes, puppy?" Chaos asked loudly. Cooper ignored the muffled coughs of the others at the nickname. "Sasha's cool," he whispered. Chaos scowled, but he lowered his voice to match Cooper's. "If your cousin is so cool, why were you so lonely? He's not doing his job as your kin." "His job isn't to—" Cooper broke off when he saw both Kai and Eric eyeing him, Eric not even trying to hide his look of sympathy. Right. There was inhuman hearing at this table. Cooper shook his head. Never mind." Ivan cleared his throat, gathering their communal attention, and started talking about what to expect next. The family's lieutenants and their main men, about 30 men in total, would all be here for the meeting. Ivan already had Sergei in the kitchen, bound and subdued, and only missing a little blood. Kai had given Ivan a bloodthirsty grin at that last bit, and Cooper eyed the demon with new wariness. He seemed so gentle with Sasha, but he clearly wasn't opposed to the sort of violence this kind of meeting entailed. Cooper's belly was churning already with the news that Sergei was here. Cooper had played his own part in that terrifying man's downfall, and he wasn't looking forward to facing him. Not that Cooper would have to deal with Sergei directly. The plan was for the demons to transform at the right moment, making a show of paranormal force in Ivan's favor, demonstrating in whatever way necessary that the family was not to be fucked with. That was the gist of it, at least. Cooper only half listened. Paying too close attention to any of it would only make his anxiety worse. He wasn't going to be doing much of anything anyway. Just standing there in solidarity while their paranormal counterparts did their thing, trying not to get shot while he was at it. He let out a harsh breath at the thought of guns firing around him, and Nix nudged him gently. You okay, cutie? Cooper glanced up, realizing belatedly that Ivan had finished his speech and was now conferring quietly with Eric and Wolf. Kai and Chaos were in a weird stare-off, Kai grimacing and Chaos grinning, way too gleefully. Yeah, Cooper told Nix quietly. Just nerves. We won't let anything happen to you, Nix reassured him. I'll be protecting you and Ivan during the turmoil. Cooper glanced at him in surprise. He hadn't realized it wouldn't be only Chaos watching his back. He worked up the nerve to give Nix a small smile and then glanced around again. Everyone was occupied. Hey, Nix, he whispered. Yes, Nix whispered back, leaning in conspiratorially. Male demons can't impregnate human men, right? No hatchlings? That's not a real thing, right? Nix was silent for a long moment, and then he burst into delighted laughter, looking over Cooper's head to Chaos. Brockus, he chastised, although he sounded fond. What trouble have you been getting into? Don't you think we'd make adorable hatchlings, though? Chaos asked, his dimple flashing. Cooper rolled his eyes. Of course Chaos had heard Cooper's question, eavesdropping little imp. Whatever Nix's thoughts might have been on their hypothetical, adorable hatchlings was lost in the shuffle, as Jace and Tag and Ivan's driver Oleg came in, indicating to Ivan that they were all set to go. Nix leaned in one last time. Don't worry, puppy, he's just teasing you. I figured. That didn't stop Cooper's cheeks from feeling like they were on literal fire, though. Why had he even asked? He'd already known Chaos was only messing with him. You're okay, though? Nix asked, almost too softly for Cooper to hear. Chaos can be hard to manage. Cooper frowned, his immense embarrassment momentarily forgotten. That's the thing, though, he mused, pushing his glasses up and giving Nix a sidelong glance. I don't try to manage him. At Nix's questioning look, Cooper explained. If you let Chaos be who he is, if you don't try to control him, he appreciates it. He pays attention to where the boundaries are. He manages himself. As Nix seemed to process his words, Cooper wondered if he was about to be told off. Nix had known Chaos much, much longer than Cooper had. What right did Cooper have to tell him how Chaos's mind worked? But at the same time, Cooper just didn't like that phrase, hard to manage, when it came to Chaos. Like he was an unruly child, and not a fully grown demon with centuries of life experience. He'd had to say something. But after a moment, Nix gave him a slow smile. You two are a good match after all, he murmured. How unexpected. Cooper didn't have it in him to explain to Nix that they weren't any sort of match at all. He was just practice, wasn't he? So he twisted his lips in some semblance of a smile, and that was that. Now it was only a matter of waiting for the meeting to begin. Chapter 14. Chaos was feeling absolutely wonderful. He was at a strange meeting that was sure to end in glorious mayhem and bloodshed. Cooper was at his side, and Chaos's loyal summoner had somehow just received Nyx's tentative approval for their future bond. Not that Cooper knew a future bond was coming their way, but still. Chaos didn't need Nyx's approval, of course, but it would make things easier if the incubus wasn't trying to save Cooper from Chaos's clutches. It was far too late for any nonsense like that anyway. Chaos may have originally decided to keep Cooper on a whim, and weren't whims just the best? But the decision was burned into his very bones now. Cooper was his. They would bond. They would be happy. They would make adorable... Well, they couldn't actually make adorable hatchlings, as Cooper had found out today. But they would definitely put in the effort over and over and over again. The big double doors at the front of the restaurant opened and Chaos craned his neck to see who was coming in. He was curious about these traitorous mobsters Ivan was trying to weed out. Would they be wearing tracksuits and gold chains like in the movies? Maybe Chaos could start a little jewelry collection with the accessories of whoever they took out during this meeting. But the duo that entered didn't look anything like that. Instead, there was a big blonde guy dressed in black and a little dark-haired man. Chaos sniffed the air and corrected himself. Dark-haired vampire at his side. He seemed at first to be dressed in an equally subdued way, but when he turned to glance behind him, Chaos saw there was a very large, bright pink kitten embroidered on the back of his gray sweater. Ivan nodded at the newcomers. "Alexei," he said shortly, addressing the burly blonde. So, the other cousin. Chaos frowned at him, unimpressed. All these blood relations, and Cooper had still ended up lonely and neglected. So what use were they, really? Cooper didn't need them, that was for certain. He had Chaos now. Alexei nodded back at Ivan without saying anything. Maybe he was mute or had lost his tongue somewhere exciting. And the little vampire pressed into his partner's side, waving at the table, before telling them his name was Johann. Or Jay, if you like. Cute, Chaos decided. Not as cute as Cooper, but certainly cuter than the other vampire duo at the table. The wolf fellow got Chaos's hackles up, his energy weird in a way that was maybe exciting or maybe terrible. Chaos hadn't decided yet. The front door opened again, and the regular mobsters started coming in, all of them nodding respectfully at Ivan, looking in surprise at Alexei, and in general avoiding their table warily, congregating on the other side of the restaurant instead. There were only a few tracksuits, but there were some chunky gold rings on pinky fingers Chaos wouldn't mind stealing, just to see how they'd look on Cooper's elegant digits. He'd be sure to wipe the blood off first. Eventually, their party stood, getting ready to gather at the front area so the meeting could begin, and Chaos glanced to the side and found that Jay had sidled up to him at some point. "Are you a demon?" the little vampire asked, his voice bright but quiet enough that none of the humans around them could hear. Chaos pointed at his chest. "Who, me?" he asked innocently, as Cooper walked ahead. Jay narrowed his gray eyes, but a smile played at his lips, like he was in on the joke. "You are, aren't you?" he pressed. "And do you have a tail? What do you think?" Jay bent backward to look at Chaos's rear, then nodded once, decisively. "I'd like to see it, please. Nick's already promised to show me his." Chaos cocked his head, pretending to consider. Nick's is nicer than I am, though." Jay's smile fell the tiniest bit, but he didn't argue or try to order Chaos around, so Chaos leaned in, murmuring, "If you look over during the big reveal, you'll see it. And my wings." "Oh." Jay's eyes lit up with delight. "Kai has wings, too." He nibbled on his lower lip. "His are a little scary, though." Chaos shrugged. "Mine are cute. That's what Nick says, at least." Should Chaos ask Cooper to confirm? Probably, yes. Chaos would like to hear it from Cooper's lips, that he was cute, that his wings were fetching. Jay grinned at him. "And if you look over, you can see my fangs." Psh, fangs were boring. But Chaos did kind of like the idea of this little guy being a bloodthirsty monster underneath the cute packaging, so he nodded anyway. Deal! They all gathered in the big open area at the front of the restaurant, facing the men. Cooper and Chaos were on the far left next to Sasha and Kai, with Ivan and Nix in the middle. Alexei and Jay were on the other side with Wolf and Eric. They were like a panel of judges on some reality talent show, except without the podiums or cameras or fame or general sense of entertainment. So, maybe not like that at all. Chaos made sure he was standing slightly in front of Cooper in case any of these men decided they wanted to start shooting early. The humans they were facing were all feeling very nervous, their anxiety wafting off them in bitter, sour tendrils, which Chaos enjoyed. Of course, Cooper had nerves enough to fill the whole room with, but Chaos felt a bit guilty about liking those particular tendrils. It meant his puppy was suffering while he was enjoying himself. In the future, once they were bonded, Chaos would handle all these mafia meetings. There was no reason for Cooper to distress himself with business nonsense when Chaos would be there to do it for him. Cooper could stay home, hacking or gaming or even napping if he wanted, and then Chaos would return, triumphant and maybe even a little bloody, and they would mate ferociously and make pretend hatchlings together. Marvelous. Ivan started his speech, some boring number about business and family and betrayal and blah, blah, blah. It was annoying to listen to, but it was easy to ignore the meat of it and focus on the anticipation of bloodshed and the ease with which all this tension could dissolve into pandemonium. Chaos was going to leave this meeting stuffed full of delicious mayhem, that much was for sure. He perked up when some of Ivan's lieutenants brought out a bruised and battered man tied to a chair, the men muttering among themselves at his arrival. This was Sergei, the one who frightened Cooper so much. Chaos eyed him skeptically. Underneath his bravado, he looked broken and tired. Just any other human man who'd reached too far and come up short. Who was he to frighten Chaos's beloved puppy? Well, no more. With Chaos at his side, Cooper wouldn't have to fear judgment or violence or anything else from these silly mortals. Chaos would be his protector, his vengeance seeker, his hand-holder extraordinaire. Chaos was so caught up in plotting his delectable future that he only barely heard Ivan say the words, "We've gathered no allies. Once I doubt any of you have the goal to cross." Oops. Chaos had almost missed the signal. Wouldn't that have been hilarious? The others were already transforming, so Chaos let his demon form erupt, tail and wings and horns sprouting from his body. He caught Jay's gaze. Ooh, the little vampire's eyes had turned all black. That was cool. And winked at him, grinning when Jay flashed his little fangs at him. Men started screaming, and oh yes, that was the beginnings of mayhem in the air, thick and smoky and twisted. Chaos drank it in, greedily inhaling the swirly, salty, sweet, bitter, sour mixture. Several of the men in the crowd drew their guns, and one of them yelled out, "What the fuck is this, Ivan?" "Why, Gregor," Ivan purred, sounding almost as sultry as Nix for a moment. "What the fuck does it look like?" "It looks like fucking Halloween tricks. A smoke screen. You think this is enough to scare us off?" Maybe this Gregor fellow was trying to sound angry and intimidating, but he only sounded panicked. Chaos grinned. "Oh, for fuck's sake," Wolf sighed, and then he was off the stage, tearing the man's throat out with his teeth, doing the same to Sergei in the next moment. Just like that, 2 men were dead. Chaos took back his previous indecision. Wolf was great. He'd started the bloodshed early and taken out that Sergei while he was at it. Good stuff there. Ivan and Alexei and Kai seemed less pleased, all 3 of them frowning like Wolf had made some sort of social faux pas. possibly because the surprise fountain of blood had led to Sasha fainting on the stage. Kai was picking up the blonde human now, glaring at everything and everyone. Wolf, his fancy suit absolutely covered in blood, cocked a brow. "Wasn't that the point of identifying the traitors?" he asked coolly. "So we could do away with them? Eric and I have places to be." That had been the gist of Ivan's plan, Chaos was pretty sure. Maximal pizzazz and a little bit of blood spillage now, and less general warfare to keep his position later. There was a flash of movement in the crowd. Another one of the traitors Chaos had seen Nyx eyeing was trying to run. Nope, not allowed. Chaos dove after him, talons extended, their sharp points slicing into the man's chest as easy as breathing. Hot blood sprayed into the air, and Chaos heard Cooper yelp behind him. Was his puppy worried about him? He needn't be. Chaos was fine. He was wonderful, actually. Had Cooper really wanted to miss this? It was fun. And now those beginnings of mayhem turned into a proper frenzy. All the humans yelling and some of them shooting. The supernaturals of their party, except Kai, who had hold of Sasha, and Nyx, who was guarding Ivan and Cooper, started corralling humans, flicking or kicking guns out of hands. Chaos cackled in delight as men screamed at the sight of him up close. Maybe he wasn't as cute as he'd thought. He'd definitely have to double-check with Cooper later. He flashed his fire for show but didn't kill anyone else, as tempting as it was. The blood was fun and all, but it was the anarchy of it all that really fed him. Although, one man did try to crawl under a table to the exit, so Chaos set the leg of his tracksuit alight just long enough to drag him out screaming. So silly. Chaos drank it up while he could, all the noise and fear and bedlam. But sooner than he would have liked, it took a boring turn. The shooting stopped, the men were subdued, and Nyx began using his energy reading skills to sort through them, deciding who could stay in the organization, who could go freely, and who would have to be taken out completely, too much of a risk to let live. Chaos sighed loudly. When no one paid him any more attention, other than a few cowardly humans giving him nervous looks, he made his way back to Cooper, who was now sitting on the carpeted floor with his back to the wall, far away from everyone else. His muscles were clenched stiffly, and up close Chaos could see he was trembling. He smelled like fear. Chaos crouched and reached out a hand to soothe him, but Cooper shook his head, halting Chaos's gesture in midair. "I need to hold it together until the end." He gave Chaos a brittle smile, nodding his chin to where everyone else was gathered. "You have fun, okay? I'll just decompress here until it's all over." Chaos frowned. He didn't like that. He wanted to whisk Cooper away, to hold him close and keep Cooper pressed against him until his trembling eased. He could do that. He could take Cooper away from here and demand he feel better. But he shouldn't do that, right? This was Cooper's business. All part of the life he'd been living before Chaos came along, and it wasn't up to Chaos to make decisions for him. Unless the decision was about who he was going to bond with, in which case Chaos was definitely in charge. Maybe later, after they'd discussed it and Cooper had agreed. Maybe then Chaos could take over all this messy stuff for him. But Cooper had told Nyx he wasn't going to try to manage Chaos, so Chaos would try to give his summoner the same courtesy. When it was just the two of them, it was whatever Chaos wanted, whenever he wanted, but that only worked if Chaos, how would Cooper put it, paid attention to the boundaries. So he didn't scoop his human up, didn't steal him away from what was scaring him, but he did ask, "You sure you're okay?" Cooper gave him a jerky nod, his glasses sliding down his nose. He didn't correct their position. "Mm-hmm." Chaos cocked his head, unconvinced. "You're not afraid of me again, are you?" Cooper gave him another one of those smiles that wasn't a real smile. "I'm a little afraid of everything right now. I just need a minute." It wasn't the most satisfactory answer, but it would have to do. Chaos left Cooper's side reluctantly and circled the restaurant instead, sticking his face and his talons into the group of men to frighten them every now and again. He let Jay study his tail for a while. He made faces at Ivan that only Nix could see as Ivan led this second and much, much more boring meeting with the men who were staying. In the end, 4 traitors were set aside for execution, and Ivan asked Chaos to burn the bodies afterward. It wasn't as exciting as setting someone on fire when they were alive and kicking, but it was still a little novel, so Chaos agreed, bounding out to the back alley with Jace and Tag. 4 gunshots from those 2, a quick use of Chaos's powers, and it was done. No more traitors. Which meant Ivan's business was taken care of, which meant Cooper's immediate obligations were over, right? It was time for Chaos to take Cooper away from this mess. Maybe tuck him into bed with one of his video games until he felt better. Except when Chaos returned to the main room of the restaurant with Tag and Jace, a room that now smelled like food and blood, there was only Ivan, neither Cooper nor Nix anywhere to be seen. Cooper's cousin was staring into the distance, his energy muddled and unreadable, his mouth slack and his eyes dazed. "Boss?" Jace asked, having to stand directly in front of Ivan to get his attention. "Things have been dealt with. You need anything else here before we head out?" And then Ivan was pulling a gun on Jace, holding it to his forehead. He didn't seem to be aware of anyone else in the room. He didn't seem to be aware of much, really. "I do need one more thing from you, Jace," he murmured, his voice strangely robotic. "And I'm afraid refusal isn't an option. I need you to summon a demon." Oh. Nix was gone then. Really gone, like back to the void. This meeting must have completed whatever his contract with Ivan had been. Chaos felt a twinge of sympathy for his friend. Nix had seemed very fond of his human summoner, but Ivan also seemed to have it handled. What with the gun and the threats and the book in his hand, it was almost enough to make Chaos like the man. Ivan wasn't going to leave Nix in the void for long. He was going to summon him again, and then he was probably going to bond with him for good right after. How sweet. But Chaos didn't need to be here to bear witness to any of that, not when Cooper was still so distressed. He sidled around the wall instead, making his way to the entrance to the kitchens, following the tug of the soul piece in his chest to where Cooper was. He must have joined Kai and Sasha there before Nix got pulled away. Chaos would take this as a reminder not to make Nix's mistake. Cooper was too sweet to pull a gun on someone to summon Chaos a second time. Chaos needed to fetch his human and complete his wily seduction, so Cooper would never be in that position. He needed to get to the point where he could tell Cooper they were bonding and not have Cooper run away in fright. He needed to tell Cooper what was what, and then he needed to make it so. Chapter 15. Cooper leaned against the restaurant's kitchen counter, willing his weak knees to keep him standing. The kitchen was several noticeable degrees colder than the main dining area, and the cool feel of the stainless steel was a refreshing contrast to his overheated back. He'd gotten weirdly sweaty during the mayhem, considering he hadn't been doing any of the heavy lifting. Sweaty but shivery at the same time. Shock, probably. Cooper had watched Chaos slice through a man's chest today. Chaos had cackled afterward, delighted with himself. He was outside now, setting corpses on fire per Ivan's orders. "You're not afraid of me again, are you?" he'd asked Cooper, the question sweetly hesitant. Cooper should be. He definitely should be. He knew that much. He was used to violent men at this point, although they still made him nervous as hell. But the bloodshed today had been a little out of his league, hadn't it? He'd seen someone shot before, but he'd never seen anyone rip a man's throat out with his teeth. Plus, after he'd seen that guy shot, Cooper had hidden in his house for a week, barely getting out of bed to use the bathroom. So why wasn't he running in the other direction right now? A sudden silence had Cooper looking around the kitchen. Sasha and Kai were on a folding chair at the other end of the counter, Sasha curled up in Kai's lap. Cooper wasn't sure how the flimsy thing was holding both their weight. Kai alone was a massive dude. They'd been murmuring together quietly, but they'd stopped now. They were looking at him. On a normal day, Cooper would have felt awkward as hell intruding on their moment, even if he hadn't meant to at the time. But he'd needed to get away from the smell of smoke and blood, and he frankly didn't have the energy to care about whether they minded his presence here. "Coop?" Sasha asked, his pretty face scrunched in something that might have been concern. Funny, seeing as how he'd been the one who'd fainted. "Yeah?" Cooper had to clear his throat when that one word came out thready and strange. He tried again. "Yes?" "You're shaking." "Oh," Cooper shrugged. He'd already known that. "It'll pass." Sasha's frown deepened, but he didn't push. Kai wasn't looking at Cooper at all, too focused on Sasha in his lap. Kai looked human again now, but Cooper had seen his demon form earlier. He was giant and blue, and he had tall horns and these wings that were nothing like the small, cute, feathery ones Chaos had. Kai's were big and leathery and bat-like, frightening. But he looked at Sasha like he was some precious creature, one that needed to be cared for and tended to. It was similar to the way Chaos had looked at Cooper earlier when he'd tried to comfort him. Was that what he'd been doing? Cooper had been too out of it at the time to register much. He'd only been able to think that if Chaos touched him, he'd have broken down, not because he was afraid of him, but because somehow that manic little demon had become Cooper's place of comfort, a safe place to fall apart. Cooper took his glasses off while he thought, cleaning them against his shirt and replacing them to find Sasha still staring at him. He tried to think of something to say. He settled on, "You never did like blood much." Sasha gave him a small, strained smile. "No." Kai let out a frustrated growl, the sound echoing through the kitchen as he smoothed Sasha's pale hair away from his face. "We will not be doing this again. Ivan can handle his own messes from now on." Sasha let out a sigh, slumping against him. "No arguments from me, big guy." "You're a warrior demon?" Cooper found himself asking. Kai finally deigned to look at him, nodding once. "I am." "You've spilled blood, then?" Kai hadn't spilled any at the meeting, too busy taking care of Sasha. But that didn't mean his talons were exactly clean, not after what Ivan had said about Sergei. Kai's blue eyes gleamed. "Rivers of it." Cooper looked between the two of them, Sasha and Kai, human and demon. "I don't get it." He really didn't. What was a warrior demon doing with a human who fainted at the sight of blood? Cooper poked his fingers under his glasses to rub at his eyes as he asked his cousin, "You didn't get enough of violent men already? The life you've led?" Sasha straightened in Kai's lap, as if affronted. "Kai isn't some violent man," he argued, shaping his fingers into air quotes. "He's a protector, my protector. He takes the violence for me, lets me close my eyes to it while he keeps me safe. At least until we can leave it behind for good." "Well, yeah, that sort of sounded like a good deal." Cooper looked to Kai. And what does Sasha give you, then?" It was definitely the shock, making Cooper open his mouth again and again. He would never normally pry into another couple's life like this. By all rights, Kai should be telling him to shut the hell up and mind his own business. But Kai answered, his voice a deep rumble. "Sasha gives me a reason, a purpose. He anchors me." From what Chaos had said, that was what the mate bond was, in a way. A person becoming a demon's anchor to the human realm, but Kai clearly didn't mean it literally, judging by the look in his eyes. He meant something romantic, soulful. Was that what Chaos was looking for? His soul's anchor in more ways than one? Cooper couldn't picture it. Chaos was wild and silly and sweet. What if he picked the wrong anchor? What if they tried to ground him too much and they snuffed out what made him such a perfect menace? As if reading Cooper's mind, Sasha spoke again. You summoned a demon too, didn't you, Coop? Yes. Did you mean to? No. Sasha gave him another smile, this one less strained. Me neither. Cooper didn't know what to say to that. It had obviously worked out well enough for Sasha. He hadn't been left alone in the end. Sasha frowned off into the distance. Although yours doesn't seem to like me much. Kai growled again. Ignore Chaos. He's a brat. Defensiveness had Cooper narrowing his eyes at the demon. He's not, he protested, even though Chaos kind of was. He's just protective. Kai cocked a brow. He thinks Sasha would harm you? He asked, making it clear how unlikely he found the concept. No, I was just... Cooper searched his brain for a way to talk about it without embarrassing himself and failed. He let out a breath, admitting, I was lonely. He wants to blame someone. My family gets the short stick, I guess. Instead of seeming offended, Sasha gave Cooper a knowing, rueful look. The thing was, other than being gay and adjacent to the mafia, the two of them had nothing in common. Sasha had always liked clubbing and shopping and reality TV. He'd been young enough when his mother had died that he barely remembered her, and he often seemed to forget exactly how Cooper was related to him, calling him a distant cousin. He wasn't cruel, but whether he felt like acting charming or sullen seemed to turn on a dime. Cooper was his nerdy, antisocial relative, but definitely not a friend. You never liked blood much either, Sasha eventually said. Was he trying to get to an area of common interest? Not wanting to watch men get dismembered wasn't the most solid basis for friendship Cooper had ever heard. But Sasha continued. You know, if you wanted to get away to, recover from the shock of all this, we have a place in Maine with extra rooms. Our housemate, Maddie, I think you'd get along. He's quiet also. Kai made a vague, affirmative sound. Leave Chaos here. Sasha swatted lightly at the big guy's arm. He can bring chaos if he wants to. He cast Cooper a sidelong look. You're together? He's my friend, Cooper said simply, then immediately complicated it by explaining. He's, trying to find the right human to bond with, down the line. He's with me until then. He left it vague as to what being with him entailed, and Sasha and Kai exchanged an indecipherable glance. Well, either way then, Sasha eventually said. Come visit, stay a while. I didn't mean to neglect you. Before Cooper could protest that Sasha wasn't at fault, Chaos's voice rang through the kitchen. We'll consider it, he declared loudly, sounding all kinds of haughty but maybe slightly less acerbic toward Sasha than before. He'd come in through the swinging door leading to the main room of the restaurant, and then suddenly he was right in front of Cooper. Come, puppy, he said at a much quieter volume, his golden yellow eyes boring into Cooper, their noses almost touching. As always, he smelled faintly of smoke, but it didn't turn Cooper's stomach the way the scent of the restaurant had. Time to go home. You're done with... Cooper trailed off, reluctant to finish his own sentence. You're done? All done. Chaos's brow dropped into a scowl. You're still shivering. He made it sound like an accusation, zipping up Cooper's sweatshirt for him and pulling the hoodie over his head aggressively. He grabbed Cooper's hand, tugging him to the back exit, then stopped, looking over his shoulder at Sasha and Kai. Your brother's about to lose it, he told Sasha. Should be fun to watch, if you're interested. Sasha heaved a sigh, rising from Kai's lap. Ugh, what happened now? Nyx was sent back to the void. Kai stood in a flash. What? Chaos waved a hand, dismissing Kai's shock. Ivan's getting him back already. Get out there if you want to see the show. He turned, dragging Cooper behind him. Puppy and I have places to be. Places to be apparently meant in Cooper's bed, with Cooper tucked under a million blankets, more than he'd known he owned, sweating his balls off while Chaos insisted they all stay on until he'd made a full recovery. Cooper wasn't sure what Chaos's version of a full recovery even was. It seemed to involve Cooper taking a nap, but that was kind of hard to do when Chaos was hovering over him, his fox eyes wide and unblinking. You didn't like that? Chaos finally said, after making Cooper finish yet another water bottle. It was the third one. At this rate, Cooper was going to have to get out of bed to pee long before he fell asleep. Cooper licked the last drops from his lips, cheeks warming when Chaos's eyes tracked the movement. No, I told you I wouldn't. Cooper had been to meetings before where men ended up dead. They were nothing like what had just happened in that restaurant. The abject terror and frantic chaos. But that was probably the thing about the supernatural and why Ivan had wanted a show of more than just the usual guns and muscle. It provoked a deeper, weirder kind of fear than what mafia men were used to. Cooper should have been paralyzed by it, that fear, more than he had been, at least. He should have tried to run from chaos the moment he'd seen his demon slice through a man's chest. But maybe Cooper's history, the constant thrum of anxiety that already ran beneath his skin, had broken him in some way. He still liked chaos just fine. So what if he was a little scary? So was going to the grocery store. Chaos nodded thoughtfully. I'll handle any meetings from now on. You'll stay home and manage your computer work. There's no need for you to do both. Should Cooper be offended that Chaos was declaring him unfit for duty? He was acting like it was a sure thing, too, like he'd be around to handle the unpleasant side of Cooper's work for the foreseeable future. It was an odd echo of what Sasha had said about Kai, the way he used his naturally violent nature to protect Sasha from more of the same. But Kai was Sasha's mate, and Chaos was not that for Cooper. Still, Cooper was too worn out to let the comparison hurt. He let it warm his chest instead. His demon did care for him in his way. Okay, he said easily. I'd rather stay home anyway. Chaos continued to stare at him. Cooper stared back. Chaos finally spoke again. Nyx was taken back to the void. Cooper blinked at him, his eyelids heavy. So you said, should he be comforting Chaos? Was that why Chaos was acting a little strange, even for him? His friend had been taken away. That had to be painful. But Chaos spoke again before Cooper could think of what to say. It's because he completed his contract before he could bond. He looked expectantly at Cooper, like that was a revelation. Cooper let the words penetrate his tired and fuzzy brain. Oh. Chaos didn't want to go back to the void, and he thought the same thing could happen to him. He was worried. Cooper closed his eyes, opened them again. And you're worried about that? He tried to think of what would end their contract and came up blank. What were our terms again? Chaos answered immediately. I'm to be your friend until you no longer need one. Oh. Cooper let his muscles relax, settling him deeper into the mattress. He was still too hot, but it was kind of soothing now. He wasn't sure if he was falling asleep or passing out, but he also wasn't sure if it mattered. Chaos would watch over him either way. Well, that's no problem then. I'm probably always going to need you to be my friend. He gave Chaos a loopy grin. I think maybe you made a bad deal, Brockus. If Chaos felt that way, it didn't show on his face. He only grinned back at Cooper, his sweet dimple flashing, and then settled next to him on the bed, on top of the covers. He laid his head on Cooper's shoulder, a wonderful warm weight. "Sleep, puppy. We'll talk more after you've rested." Cooper let himself drift into oblivion. He was safe here, with his demon. Chapter 16. 17-year-old Cooper sighed as he locked the apartment door behind him, turning to find his dad exactly where Cooper had left him, slumped over on the couch. Napping? Passed out? But no. His dad opened one eye to peer out at him blearily. "Umnitsa," he said, the words slurred with either sleep or booze or both. "Back so soon?" Cooper repressed another sigh. "It's been hours, Pop." "Has it?" His dad sat up, kicking over the bottle at his feet with the effort. It was empty, at least, so no vodka spilled on the carpet this time. "I thought you were going to get groceries." Cooper didn't know why he said it. Chastising his dad never worked. It only made him more maudlin. "Was I?" When Cooper didn't take the bait, his dad tilted his head, a sad smile playing at his lips. "You look so much like your mother when you get disappointed in me like that. She made that exact same face when I forgot the milk." There was nothing to say to that, so Cooper kicked off his shoes before coming to sit beside his dad on the couch, ignoring the sharp smell of vodka as his dad threw an arm around him. "How was it?" "Fine," Cooper shrugged. "An errand." Cooper had been delivering a package to Sergei. He hadn't known what was in it, hadn't wanted to know, but his knowledge of its contents wasn't required to complete the task. He wasn't exactly lying to his father. It hadn't quite been fine, but it hadn't been awful either. Sergei just fucking hated Cooper for some reason. Probably because Cooper was so scared of him, or maybe because of his youth. Either way, he always referred to Cooper as that drunk's son, making his men laugh by mimicking Cooper's father's swaying walk. He was an asshole, basically, but there was nothing Cooper could do about it, not if he didn't want to end up bleeding out in some alley. His dad let out a gusty breath, leaning his cheek against the top of Cooper's head. "Hey, this was supposed to be a fresh start, a new country, but we ended up right back here, mixed up with gangsters, just like home." He chuckled, but it was a sad sound. "At least we have a nice apartment now, yes?" "Yeah," Cooper agreed, dully. The truth was, Cooper missed the shithole he'd grown up in. At least there, no one had cared what they did. No one had cared that his dad was a mess, that he smelled like liquor, or swayed when he walked, or forgot his keys and phone and had to yell at Cooper to let him in the door. Their neighbors had all had their own issues to deal with. Some of the moms had even made them plates of food when they'd had extra, dropping them off and not accepting a word of thanks for it, just reminding them to return the dishes when they were done. But here, in their richer digs, people noticed. They cared, and not in a good way. Cooper had become aware now, every time he and his dad left the apartment, aware of the looks they were given, aware of the judgmental murmurs between neighbors. He'd started to become anxious leaving the apartment, hypervigilant in a way that couldn't be healthy. What if one of them got sick of his dad making a mess of things and tried to get him arrested for drunk and disorderly conduct? Would someone come and take Cooper away? He still had a year until he turned 18. Or what if enough people complained to Dmitri and he decided that Cooper and his father weren't worth the trouble and finally put them down like dogs? "Should have protected you better, huh? Should have done it differently." As his dad lurched off the couch, shuffling to the bathroom, Cooper let the anger run through him. His dad had been doing that a lot lately, going on about his failures in protecting Cooper, all the ways he'd let him down, but he never actually did anything differently, did he? After Cooper had signed on with Dmitri, his dad had been horrified, but he hadn't decided to suddenly pull himself together. He'd gone on a 2-week bender instead, left Cooper alone, and frightened as he entered a world he'd never wanted to be in. So Cooper let the anger run through him, let it burn in his veins just for one blissful moment, and then he let it all go. His dad was sick. It was an illness. That was what they'd said in health class, what all the online forums agreed on. Maybe without Cooper to care for him, his father would hit some sort of rock bottom, some new low that would force him to seek help. But Cooper couldn't bear it, to think of his dad out on the street all alone, and he wasn't convinced it would happen at all. There was a deep, overwhelming sorrow in his father, ever since the death of Cooper's mom. Nothing Cooper did could touch that sorrow. Only vodka seemed to help. Who was Cooper to take that from him? He'd only turned 17 last month. He might have graduated from high school early, thanks to skipping a grade, but what did he know about fixing something like that? And he didn't want to lose his father, the only person left who really loved him. The man in question shuffled back out of the bathroom, scratching at his chest. It looked like he'd splashed some water on his face. He still looked like crap, his nose red and splotchy, and the bags under his eyes bigger than ever. He needed some real sleep, not just naps caught on the couch. Maybe if Cooper got some food in him, he'd go to bed for real. Cooper would stay up, maybe work on coding. He was getting pretty good with computers, courtesy of hardly ever leaving the house. What did he need to leave for anyway? He was done with school and he didn't have any friends to speak of. Before, he'd had neighborhood kids he'd been friendly with, but when Cooper and his father had moved, those relationships had fizzled. It was just him and his father, for better or for worse. His dad wiped a hand over his face before approaching the couch. He did look a little more alert. Maybe he hadn't had as much to drink as Cooper had thought. "Should we watch something together, Umnitsa? One of your mysteries?" It was something they'd done together since Cooper was a preteen. They would watch a murder mystery, and Cooper would try to figure out the culprit before the big reveal. His dad would clap and cheer whenever he succeeded, like he'd won a game show instead of guessed at some subpar plot point. Cooper leaned his head back against the couch with a sigh. Sure, Pop, and I'll order some food, yeah?" "Sure," his dad agreed, not sounding like he cared either way. He shot Cooper a wink. "Who needs groceries, huh?" He sat down, ruffled Cooper's hair, then slumped back and reached for the remote. "So good to me, Umnitsa. I love you so much." The words sounded heavy, like the love he had for Cooper was painful to him. Maybe it was. Maybe that was why it could never be enough. There was nothing to say except, "I love you too, Pop. So much." So what if his father couldn't protect him or care for him the way other parents did for their children? They'd managed just fine so far. They'd keep managing, just the two of them. What other choice was there? Cooper was woken up by the need to pee. He grabbed his glasses and hurried to the bathroom before Chaos could see that his eyes were wet. Fuck. It had been a long time since he'd dreamed about his dad. It was like a knife to the chest. His feelings about his father might have been complicated, but he still missed him. Every day. So damn much. He took a quick shower while he was in there, washing off the sweat that coated him, left over from the meeting and by sleeping with too many blankets. When he came out into the bedroom, his glasses back on and a towel wrapped around his middle, Chaos was sitting cross-legged on the bed, kind of bouncing in place, looking almost maniacally happy. Cooper couldn't help smiling at him. "You look cheerful. Is it because you're all full from the meeting?" Chaos gave him a smug look, waving his finger in the air, his tail swishing wildly. "You'll always need me to be your friend. That's what you said." "Oh, yeah." Cooper's cheeks warmed. He'd been loopy as hell when they'd been talking before, and he was a little embarrassed by the admission now. He wasn't sure why. It wasn't like Chaos had cared about Cooper's lack of social life before now. He shifted on his feet, running his hand through his wet hair. But I won't stand in the way, either, he reassured Chaos. When you find your bond mate, I mean, just so you know. Cooper cleared his throat. Why was this so hard to say? And I should be thanking you, too, for helping me realize. Chaos had paused his bouncing midway through Cooper's little speech, and now he cocked his head, his tail in an arc behind him. Realize what? You've made me realize. Well, I guess that I don't want to be alone. That I need to look beyond casual hookups, to find someone who's both lover and friend. I like that, with you. I want to find that again. Now, Chaos was not only not bouncing, but he was holding himself with that unnatural predatory stillness that Cooper still found so eerie. You wish to mate with other humans? He asked, his voice deadly soft. I mean, Cooper suddenly wished he was wearing real clothes. Why was he having this conversation in his fucking towel? Aren't you going to find another human? Someone to bond with? Cooper yelped as Chaos went from frozen on the bed to standing mere inches away from him in a flash. You are my human, Chaos hissed, literal flames dancing in his eyes. I found you fair and square. I'm being patient and gentle and tricky as a fox to keep you close, but if that's not working, I can be much. He looked around the room, as if trying to find an answer there, then settled his gaze back on Cooper. Much scarier about it. I don't understand. Had Cooper hit his head at the restaurant? What was happening right now? Why was Chaos so pissed off? Chaos pressed a taloned finger to Cooper's chest. It maybe should have frightened Cooper, now that he knew what those talons could do, but he was too confused by the turn this conversation had taken. He'd been so sure they were on the same page. We are bonding, Chaos declared, haughty as anything. You and I, no other humans. Not for you, not for me. We are? Cooper asked. He didn't add the obvious question, since fucking when? Chaos nodded decisively, his talon digging into Cooper's skin. Yes, we are. Cooper tightened his towel, which had begun to slip. Do I get a say? Chaos's lips turned down into a pathetic pout. No. Cooper almost laughed. What right did Chaos have to be pouting right now? Kai had been right. He was such a brat sometimes. You'd force me into it. Chaos growled, releasing Cooper so he could throw his hands into the air. Who said anything about forcing? But if you refuse, you'd be choosing wrong, and you shouldn't be allowed to choose wrong. It's very frustrating. He began pacing in front of Cooper, tossing him belligerent looks with every turn of his heel. Why are you being so frustrating? Cooper had a better question. Why do you even want me? Because, Chaos said, and left it at that. When Cooper raised his brows at him, was that really it? He let out a heavy breath, as if Cooper was being ridiculous. You want reasons? Cooper nodded. Chaos huffed, crossing his arms over his chest as he told Cooper grudgingly, I'm tolerated by some, feared by many, but no one cares for me. Not like you do. You care about my feelings and make sure I get to do the things I want to do. You care about my friendship, and I do the same for you, don't I? I think about how to please you, how to make you happy. I've never done that before. He frowned down at Cooper's bedroom floor. I should hate it, he muttered. I wanted freedom, and instead I'm tied to you, but I find I don't mind being grounded if I'm grounded with you, Cooper. Oh. It was a strange sort of confession, but then Chaos was strange. Cooper pushed his glasses up his nose. That's kind of romantic, actually. Yes, Chaos preened, dropping his arms. I'm very romantic. I've shown you, haven't I? How I can be so sweet and so gentle. He drifted closer to Cooper, his intensity ratcheting up with every inch he closed between them. I can be everything you need. So you needn't worry any longer, Cooper, not with me here. Cooper was finding it hard to blink, staring into Chaos's fire-filled eyes. Was Chaos really trying to convince Cooper to keep him? That was almost funny. It should have been the other way around. It should have been Cooper on his knees, trying to show Chaos he was good enough, interesting enough, brave enough to be a demon's mate. Holy shit. Cooper's stomach bottomed out with the realization. Chaos wants to keep me. The knowledge felt like free-falling. It wasn't a sensation Cooper normally liked, but unlike Cooper's father, or his cousins, or his past failed attempt at romance, Chaos could actually catch him, couldn't he? Chaos might not have been the most stable being, but he was strong. He'd just sliced a man in half a few hours ago, and yes, that maybe should have made Cooper hesitate more instead of less, but maybe Cooper had been around violent men too long after all. All it seemed to tell him was that for once in his life, someone could back up what they were putting down. Someone would catch him before he hit the ground. They might be a strange pair in other people's eyes, but what did it matter what the rest of the world thought? Chaos was beyond this world, above it, better and stronger and weirder than anything else in it. And he'd chosen Cooper. Okay, Cooper breathed. He felt free, all of a sudden, weightless. Okay, we'll bond, you and me. Really? The flames in Chaos's eyes went out in an instant, replaced by a soft golden gleam. He grabbed Cooper's shoulders tightly. No takebacks, he said quickly. We bond, you and I. His lips twitched into a sly smile. I'll need to get the book from Ivan, of course. I can ask, Cooper offered. No, Chaos grinned widely now. I want to steal it from him. It'll be hilarious. The idea of stealing anything from Ivan was terrifying, but Cooper kept his mouth shut. This was what a future with Chaos would be like, a little terror with the comfort of his presence. Cooper would take it. He'd take all of it. He still wasn't sure why Chaos would possibly want him so badly. Weren't there other humans that could care for him the way Cooper did? But he wasn't going to argue. He didn't want Chaos to leave him for someone else, not ever. What does it all entail? He asked, instead of arguing over things like petty theft. Like, how do we do it? First, we get the book. Chaos started stroking his fingers lightly down Cooper's bare arms. There's a passage at the end, a sacred vow. I take a little nip of blood from you, you take a little nip of blood from me. He ran his tongue over his sharp teeth. And then we consummate. Oh, Cooper choked on a breath. Sounds simple enough. So simple, Chaos agreed, his hands trailing down to Cooper's wrists, stroking his pulse points. So easy, but maybe. He stepped closer, close enough for his shirt to brush against Cooper's bare chest. Maybe we should still practice. Biting each other? Cooper asked, his brain going a little fuzzy with the warmth of Chaos's touch. Chaos grinned, flashing his fangs. If you like, but I meant we should practice consummating. We've done it before. Quite thoroughly, if Cooper remembered correctly, which he definitely did. Not enough, Chaos insisted. He pulled at Cooper's arms until Cooper was pressed fully against him, rubbing his nose along Cooper's neck and shoulder, his wily fingers dipping under Cooper's towel. Don't you want to, puppy? Don't you want to practice with me? As if he couldn't feel Cooper's hard dick tenting his towel, as if Cooper had ever said no to more practice. Hey, Cooper said suddenly. Chaos's wandering fingers paused against Cooper's skin. Was all that practice talk just a way of getting into my pants? Yes, Chaos told him gleefully, throwing his head back in a throaty laugh. Wasn't that clever of me? He beamed at Cooper. I've wanted to keep you from the start. Shouldn't you have told me that? Cooper asked, wondering if he should be angry for the deception. He didn't feel like getting angry, though. He felt like spreading his legs and getting Chaos inside him. To be wanted like that was kind of heady. More warmth pooled in his belly at the thought of it. I'm telling you now, Chaos said, as cocky as if he were reading Cooper's thoughts. Because you like me. Because I'm lover and friend both, and a gentle, skilled bed partner, and handsome, and my wings and tail are adorable. You think so, right? He asked suddenly, the tail in question wrapping around Cooper's thigh. They are pretty cute, Cooper admitted. I knew you'd agree. Chaos backed Cooper up to the bed and pressed him down onto his back, whisking the towel off him in the process. His own clothes disappeared in a flash as he knelt between Cooper's legs. I'm going to breed you now, puppy, he purred. To practice. For later. Okay, Cooper agreed easily, his cock heavy and full against his hip. Chaos began kissing along Cooper's inner thighs, nibbling gently, managing not to break the skin even with his fangs, teasing in his way. Cooper spread his legs wider, willing to let Chaos tend to him however he wanted, and then Chaos's hands were in Cooper's hair, stroking gently, except Chaos was down between Cooper's legs. Cooper jolted. What the fuck? But the hands in his hair tightened their hold, and he couldn't lift his head to look properly. Chaos rose from his kneeling position, looming over Cooper with a sly smile. Puppy, he crooned, did I ever tell you one of my special powers? How I can duplicate my form? No. Cooper tried to calm his breaths as he tried to understand what Chaos was saying. Are those your hands in my hair? Maybe that was why it had taken him a moment to react in the first place. The touch had been familiar. Yes, Chaos grinned at him, his hands running up Cooper's sides. So smart, my delectable little summoner, and I'm clever too, aren't I? You're intrigued by group sex, but you're shy, and also I would slice out the organs of any human who dared to touch you, but you don't need other humans to try it, he said with the air of someone imparting a delightful surprise. You have me. And then Cooper was being tugged into a kiss, not by the Chaos looming over him, but by the Chaos above him, the one with his hands in Cooper's hair, an exact duplicate. He kissed the same too, eager and aggressive, his tongue claiming Cooper's mouth like he had a right to it. Cooper moaned into it, the fear that had gripped him when he'd thought a stranger was in his room, melting into a desire so hot he thought he might combust. This was weird and kind of scary, and Cooper was definitely broken inside because he fucking loved it. The other Chaos giggled, his hands sliding from Cooper's sides to his belly to his hips, and then a hot mouth was engulfing Cooper's cock. Cooper gasped into the duplicate Chaos's mouth. Oh my God. Yes. The Chaos at his head crooned, releasing Cooper's lips to gaze down at him. He looked just the same, his eyes yellow and gleaming. I will be your lover and friend and family and God and anything else you need. That was an insane thing to say, and Cooper should definitely tell him that, but then out of nowhere there was a third Chaos lying at his side, grinning at Cooper before sucking Cooper's nipple into his mouth. Cooper barely had time to process that before there was a lubed finger at his hole, and then the Chaos at his side was grabbing Cooper's cock, stroking as he sucked and bit at Cooper's nipple. Cooper's mouth was claimed again, the kiss kind of upside down and sloppy, but no less devastating for it. He could hardly breathe, hardly think. There were more fingers inside him, stretching and crooking and making him see stars. There were hands everywhere. 3 pairs? More than 3? He couldn't open his eyes to see, too lost in sensation. It was too much, too perfect, perfectly, horribly, wonderfully too much. Chaos, Cooper warned in the spare second the Chaos at his lips allowed him to breathe. Cooper's back was arched so high he couldn't lift his head from the mattress. Gonna come? Yes. All 3 Chaoses crooned at once. Come for us, puppy. The hand on his cock started stroking faster, twisting around the head of his cock with every pass. Cooper's balls tightened, his muscles spasmed, and then he was coming with a hoarse yell, shaking and shivering and maybe crying too. There were murmurings of praise from one, or maybe all the Chaoses. and then 3 pairs of hands were turning Cooper over, rolling him onto his belly. The one at Cooper's head started stroking his hair again as someone's cock pressed into him. Cooper keened, his overworked body opening at Chaos's insistence. "That's it, puppy. Let me in." As if Cooper had ever been capable of anything else. Chapter 17. Chaos sighed his pleasure as he filled his puppy, gripping hard with his talons at Cooper's raised hips. There was nothing better than the feel of Cooper when he'd just experienced release, his body both lax and tensed at the same time, his overworked inner muscles fluttering around Chaos's cock like frantic little bird wings. Chaos's other self was still stroking Cooper's hair, and his other self was contemplating taking a bite out of Cooper's side. But as Chaos bottomed out, Cooper groaning like he was being murdered, Chaos called his duplicates back into himself. They were fun and all, and hadn't Cooper been so delightfully surprised. Still, splitting himself dulled external sensation, and Chaos wanted to feel every bit of ecstasy. Although if Cooper wanted it one day, if he asked so very nicely to have Chaos's cocks in 2 holes at once, Chaos would of course oblige. He was generous that way. Chaos stayed exactly where he was for a long, blissful moment, his hips pressed flush against Cooper's ass, Cooper's channel clamping down on him. Cooper had gone kind of slack against the mattress, too overwhelmed to hold himself up, so Chaos lowered himself fully against Cooper's back, rubbing his fur against Cooper's soft skin and nuzzling his head into the tender crook of Cooper's neck. "You feel so good, puppy," he murmured. "Did you like my special trick?" Cooper groaned again, or perhaps it was more of a whimper. Chaos grinned, raising his hips and fucking into his puppy with an easy glide. When Cooper was this boneless, Chaos could be a little fierce, a little less gentle. He was still mindful of Cooper's fragile human frame, of course, but he could give in a little to this boundless enthusiasm inside him, this biting need to fill Cooper up again and again with all his seed. Cooper had accepted Chaos as a mate. He'd seen Chaos at, well, not his worst, but definitely not at his most gentle. He wanted to let Chaos keep him anyway, an eternity of companionship, of Cooper's wonderful weight in Chaos's chest, of getting to claim Cooper's beautiful human body over and over again. Cooper had said it out loud. He'd voiced his permission. Chaos wanted to hear it again. "Puppy," he urged, using the grip of his hands on the mattress to drive into Cooper in a way that made his human keen. "Tell me you want me." Cooper flopped his head to the side, stammering out, I want you." "Only me," Chaos pressed. Only you." Oh, this was lovely. "Tell me I'm an excellent lover," Chaos urged, driving in again to the hilt and grinding there, rubbing his nodules against Cooper's prostate as he waited for his answer. "Oh my God," Cooper said, not the words Chaos had asked for at all, and tucked his forehead back against the covers as if hiding himself. Chaos waited. "You're the best sex I've ever had," Cooper eventually choked out, his whole body shaking, the words muffled by bunched fabric. Chaos cackled. Yes, of course he was. This feral need couldn't belong to Chaos alone. It was mutual, this desire between them. Chaos picked up the pace again. It was burning inside him once more, this need to fill Cooper up. His body was so perfectly tight and warm, sucking Chaos in again, and Chaos needed to claim it. His rhythm grew sloppy as blood roared in his ears, and he urged Cooper again. "Tell me you love feeling my spend inside you." Cooper's neck turned a lovely shade of red as the words spilled out of him. "I love when you come inside me. I love when you fill me. I love when you can't get enough of it." The words were faint, more pained panting than clear speech, but Chaos heard it all. His nodules grew stiff and swollen, and his hips stuttered, the world narrowing down to him and his puppy, to that perfect heat, to the way Cooper cried out as chaos filled him. Perfect, 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 perfect. Afterward, chaos turned Cooper on his side, pushing his thigh forward to better watch his spend trickle out. He peered over Cooper's hip curiously. "Oh no," Chaos tutted, the perfect picture of a concerned partner. He cupped Cooper between his legs. "Your poor cock's hard again." He clucked his tongue. "That won't do." Cooper's arm flopped over, landing weakly on Chaos's side. Was he trying to smack at him? "Your fault," he mumbled. "Should we go again?" Chaos asked, running a finger along Cooper's silken length. "We should, shouldn't we?" They could do it just like this, with Cooper turned halfway onto his front, his leg hitched up. They'd done it in this position before, and Chaos had been very fond of it. It had been just like cuddling, only with his cock nestled inside his puppy, so safe and warm. Cooper let out a harsh breath but nodded his agreement, shifting his leg even further forward. Chaos pressed an approving kiss to Cooper's shoulder and rolled his hips, rubbing himself against the soft skin of Cooper's bottom until Chaos was hard again, too, and then he slipped right in, hissing at the tight fit. He was gentler this time, some of the ferocity of his need assuaged by his first claiming. He stroked Cooper's cock steadily as he rocked into him, mindful of his puppy's pleasure. Cooper seemed to be having quite a lot of it, pleasure. He kept chanting, oh God," over and over. It was repetitive but oddly stimulating at the same time. "Come for me again, puppy," Chaos urged when the chanting took on a particularly frantic edge. "I want to lick it off my hand." That earned him another "oh God," and then Cooper was coming over Chaos's hand again, just as Chaos had asked, Cooper's muscles trembling with the effort. Chaos loved the way he did that, the way Cooper's entire body was involved in his release. Chaos let go of Cooper's cock and swiped at his own hand with his tongue, messy and sloppy, and missing half of what he aimed for as he kept driving into his puppy, rocking until he felt the familiar tightness in his spine. "I'm going to fill you up again," he warned. "Double the hatchlings." Jesus. Afterward, after he'd focused properly and cleaned every drop of Cooper's cum off his hand, Chaos couldn't resist pressing his finger against Cooper's hole, pushing his spend back where it belonged over and over again. He watched eagerly as Cooper's cock valiantly tried to fill again. "I think we'll do very well with the consummation," he murmured, his chin hooked over Cooper's shoulder, laughing as Cooper batted Chaos's other hand away from his cock. "Don't you?" "You're a menace." "Yes," Chaos agreed cheerfully. "And soon you'll be stuck with me for always." It seemed Cooper needed more rest after all that. It was possible Chaos maybe should have taken it easier on him right after the shock of the meeting. Maybe he should have kept it to those 2 rounds and not pressed for a third, and maybe also not used his mouth on Cooper in the shower. Maybe. Chaos had been trying to be gentle, he really had, but he was still learning. It was cozy in bed, anyway, the 2 of them tucked under the covers, both of them on their own laptops. Cooper was exuding happiness and contentment in a new, fascinating way. Chaos hadn't realized the weight it had held over Cooper, thinking Chaos was going to leave. But now that it was gone, Cooper's soul piece tasted different, sweeter, with a delicate hint of hopeful lemon. What a silly puppy he'd been to think Chaos would really leave him behind. Or maybe Chaos was just very extra good at being sneaky. Yes, that was probably it. Now Cooper was doing some hacking thing, just for fun to cleanse my brain a bit, and he'd taught Chaos how to do something he called trolling. From what he'd explained, acting like a troll mainly involved entering internet forums where people were particularly passionate and commenting something incorrect or absurd, and then watching the comments roll in, all of them fighting with either Chaos or each other. I haven't experienced it personally, but I'm told parenting forums are particularly hostile. Cooper had told him. Same with anything involving dog training. And then he'd lectured Chaos on only using his trolling powers for good and not harassing anyone who seemed sincere or kind or truly sad. It had been a Cooper version of a lecture, more of a strong suggestion than a command, but he seemed to really feel something about it, so Chaos would be good. Probably. Mostly. Really, Chaos had been skeptical about the whole thing, but the absurd ways humans interacted online was fascinating. He was all full from the meeting already, chaotic energy buzzing in his veins, but he could see this becoming a solid source of food down the line. A bit strange, maybe, with a fuzzy-edged electronic taste to it, but it would still be filling enough. He just posted in a forum called NY Parents of Littles. I don't believe in bike helmets. We have skulls around our brains for a reason. To wear a helmet is an affront to our maker. Chaos was cackling quietly to himself as the replies came in, a weird number of which seemed to agree with him. When Cooper let out a small, triumphant, "I did it!" Chaos added a few exclamation points to his latest comment, "Well, I think you're stupid," as he asked, "What did you do, puppy?" Cooper startled, like he'd forgotten Chaos was there for a moment, even though Chaos was pressed against him, arm to arm and hip to hip. "Oh," he pushed his glasses up. Just a side project I've been working on for a friend. A proving my mettle type of thing, but it's done now." Chaos looked up from his trolling. "Friend? What friend?" "An internet friend. I haven't met him in person." Chaos hooked his chin over Cooper's shoulder, peering at Cooper's laptop instead of his own. Cooper was messaging with someone named Red Rabbit. "It's done," Cooper had typed. "Good challenge, by the way. I enjoyed myself." Chaos didn't know how to feel about this. He supposed it was a good thing that Cooper had an internet friend. Chaos didn't like that his puppy was so lonely, but Chaos also didn't like that he hadn't met them himself and scooped them out for Cooper ahead of time. It made his talons itchy. What if this friend was tactless and hurt Cooper's feelings? His puppy's feelings were tender, like his fragile human body. This Red Rabbit person needed to be made aware. "Tell them your feelings are very tender," Chaos commanded. Cooper blinked, his lovely fingers poised on his laptop keys. What?" Chaos sighed, his gusty breath making Cooper's ear twitch. Never mind. Chaos would just have to deal with it himself if it came down to it." He watched as Red Rabbit replied, "Knew you'd get it. You're the first. Probably the only." Oh, that seemed all right. This person appreciated Cooper's fine mind, at least. Still, Chaos dug his chin more firmly into Cooper's shoulder, ignoring his wince. "Tell them they're only a friend, not a lover, or family, or god of intercourse." So, Cooper cleared his throat. No, I'm not going to do that." Chaos let out another sigh. Was this what it was like when one's mate was being unreasonable? It was so rare for Cooper to be stubborn like this. But then Cooper twisted his torso to pat at Chaos's head. "Oh, they don't want to be my lover, Brockus, I promise. They haven't even ever suggested meeting in person." The patting was nice. Chaos butted his head into the touch. But Chaos remained skeptical. "What if they want to cybersex you?" Cooper let out a strange, choked noise, cleared his throat, then answered, "I'll politely decline." "Rudely decline," Chaos corrected. "Okay, I'll rudely decline." "All right." Placated, Chaos shuffled back into position, arm to arm and hip to hip, and went back to his laptop, typing out a statement about helmets being the leading source of microplastics in the water supply. "When should I steal the book back from Ivan?" he asked after having received many, many wonderfully rude replies. "I don't want to leave you alone yet. You're still recovering." Both from the meeting and from Chaos's enthusiastic demonstration of consummation, but Chaos kept that last bit to himself. Cooper was still typing away to his internet friend, but he furrowed his brow and thought, "You could go Friday. I have to go out anyway. It's time to pick up the fake passports for Nix and Kai." He paused his messaging, looking to Chaos with wide eyes. You're going to need the same, aren't you? He shook his head. Back to square one, then. But I do need to pick up these first to get Ivan off my back. Chaos cocked his head. But I should accompany you if it's a mafia errand. What if someone needs slicing? He held up his talons to demonstrate. No one is going to need slicing, Cooper told him, suddenly looking a little pale. My contact is super chill. He only deals in fake documentation, passports and IDs and stuff, so he's only mafia adjacent. I've met with him tons of times. Tons of times? Chaos narrowed his eyes. Is he handsome? He didn't really know why he was asking, except that Chaos had never really had cause to feel jealous before, and it was a fun feeling to play with. Jealousy was the root of much chaos in the romantic realm. Chaos appreciated its power. Cooper scrunched his nose, his glasses rising a bit with the motion. Could be, if you like scraggly beards and kind of not great hygiene and men in their 60s. Do you like those things? Chaos had never asked about Cooper's preferences. Perhaps he'd been remiss. Cooper bit at his lip, as if hiding a smile. Not particularly. Good. Chaos gave a decisive nod. All right, puppy. We'll both run our errands. A real power couple, as they say. Cooper let the smile he'd been battling grace his lips. Who says that? He asked, sounding amused. Chaos waved a hand. Some human somewhere. Although now that he thought about it, it may have been Nick's. It's hard to keep track. Humans are always saying all sorts of nonsense. Chapter 18. And you're sure you'll remember how to get there? Cooper asked for maybe the second or third time. He couldn't be sure. Puppy, Chaos chastised, drawing out the word with a sly smile. What a silly question. Cooper could only stand there, staring at him doubtfully. He was vaguely aware he was acting like a mother hen, but he couldn't help it. He'd given Chaos directions to Ivan's apartment and then to his office, in case the book was stashed there instead. But how much experience did Chaos really have navigating human cities? Basically none, was the answer. At least not without Cooper at his side, because frankly, Chaos just wandering around the block, circling Cooper's apartment for funsies didn't really count. And now he was being stubborn and refusing to let Cooper order a car for him. When Cooper had suggested it, he'd wrinkled his nose and whined, How will I enjoy the delicious disorder of the city from inside a vehicle? Cooper wished he'd thought to get Chaos a phone before now. He'd feel better with something connecting the two of them while they were apart. Obviously, Chaos could handle himself when it came to any physical threats or danger, but there were just so many damn people in this city. Cooper couldn't shake the nagging feeling that Chaos was going to disappear like smoke out of Cooper's life the second he let him out of his sight. What a terrifying thought. Cooper had only just found out he got to keep Chaos. He couldn't go losing him now, and he couldn't give Chaos his own phone and have him contact the apartment security desk if he got into any trouble, because Cooper needed the damn thing to connect with his contact, who still hadn't told him the meeting location for the day. The nerves and panic started growing, churning in Cooper's gut, and then Chaos's hot hands were on Cooper's cheeks, his eyes boring into his very soul. Their yellow-gold color clashed with Chaos's hair today, which was a bright tennis ball green. It had made Cooper smile when he'd seen it upon waking up. At least Chaos would be easy to find in a crowd. Listen to me, puppy, Chaos said, firm and clear, all his slyness tucked away for the moment. I'm very clever, aren't I? And strong, and not afraid of any of the silly threats of your realm. Your worries are sweet and quite tasty on the air, but they're foolish. Even if I got lost, I would track your soul via our contract. He released one hand from Cooper's cheek to tap at his chest over his heart. Was that where he was holding a piece of Cooper's soul? You can never, ever hide from me, even if you want to. For something that sounded like it should be a threat, it was surprisingly reassuring. Oh, Cooper let out a breath as Chaos poked at his cheeks, as if to encourage him. That's good then. Cool. Freaky, but cool. Yes, Chaos nodded seriously, his fox eyes unblinking. I am both those things." He cocked his head, stroking his thumb along Cooper's cheekbone. "But as for you, sweet summoner," he tapped his thumb, the talon poking sharply at Cooper's skin. "If you feel distress on your errand, if anyone is unkind to you in any way, you'll phone Ivan and he'll have Nix come get you." "He will?" Cooper asked, doubtful once again. That didn't sound like Ivan. He was more likely to hang up on Cooper and then later fire him for the inconvenience of his interruption. "He'd better," Chaos said ominously. "Tell him I said so. Remind him of my teeth." He grinned, displaying his fangs. "And my claws." He tapped Cooper's cheekbone again. "And fire." Cooper let out another breath. It would be a last resort, for sure, but that was better than no resort at all. "Okay," he agreed. "I'll call him if I need to." "Good, obedient puppy." Chaos pressed a surprisingly chaste kiss to Cooper's lips, then both his cheeks, and then finally his nose. He grinned, impishly, his horns, wings, and tail disappearing, and his eyes returning to an oddly dull brown, though his hair remained the same bright green. "Time for thievery," he cried, and turned on his heel to bound out the front door, which opened for him as if Cooper didn't have 10 different locks engaged. The door slammed behind him, the lock somehow still in place. And just like that, he was gone. "He'll be back," Cooper reminded himself immediately when his stomach started turning over again. "He might even finish his errand before I do. He could be waiting here when I return. Either way, he'll be back." He told himself the same thing over and over, breathing in and out slowly, until his phone finally dinged at him. It was a message from Smith, his contact for fake identification, with the address for the day. It was unfamiliar to Cooper, but that was normal. Smith switched offices regularly, sending Cooper a different address almost every time they met. He was a chill guy in the sense that he wasn't a murderous mafioso, but he was pretty paranoid. Cooper felt practically well-adjusted in comparison. He left his apartment building, wincing as the frozen outdoor air hit his face. Good thing he'd finally put a coat on over his sweatshirt. It had been a mild, dry winter so far, but the mornings were finally starting to turn bitterly cold. Yet, coat or no coat, Cooper missed Chaos's warmth already. If they'd been together right now, Chaos would be holding Cooper's hand, swinging their arms between them, his skin burning hot against Cooper's. He'd probably also be making a spectacle of them in some way, but Cooper wouldn't mind. Getting noticed by people wasn't so scary when Chaos was around, because Cooper might be going unnoticed right now, walking alone by himself, his hood up and his head down. But somehow he felt more vulnerable than ever. He'd gotten used to the comfort of his demon beside him. Still, he took the subway rather than use any of Ivan's drivers. Smith didn't like any more outsiders than necessary to know his location. The station and the subway cars were as crowded as ever, but everyone was minding their own business, so Cooper did his best to breathe out his anxiety. He distracted himself by trying to figure out which of humanity's little quirks on display would tickle Chaos the most. After 3 stops, he gave the honor to a guy carrying a dog that looked like some sort of husky mix in an oversized tote, technically in compliance with the rule that all dogs be contained in carriers on the subway. The massive dog was absurdly calm and well-behaved, clearly used to this method of transport. Yeah, Chaos would definitely get a kick out of that, although he'd probably like it even more if there was another rival dog, maybe a really tiny one, and the 2 dogs started barking at each other and then leaped out of their respective carriers, jumping all over each other and all over the passengers and generally causing a terrible commotion. Yeah, Cooper smiled to himself. Chaos would probably like that best. He got off at the stop closest to his destination and walked the last block, his head down and his gaze focused on his feet once more, the nerves from being away from Chaos giving way to a new sense of anticipation. This meeting would be quick enough, and then they were going to bond, today, as soon as Chaos could get back with the book. Chaos had told Cooper he didn't want to wait. No takebacks, he'd reminded him as soon as Cooper had opened his eyes that morning, as if Cooper being a flight risk was a real possibility. Maybe it should have been. This was the kind of life-altering decision that Cooper would normally think and rethink again until he'd talked himself out of any course of action. Instead, this would be the second time in his life he'd acted completely on impulse. The first had been offering himself up to Dmitri in place of his father. Maybe not the smartest thing he'd ever done, but if he hadn't done it, if he hadn't inserted himself into the mafia world, he never would have come across that book in Ivan's office, would he? The rough, lonely road he'd traveled had led him to chaos. It was a comforting thought. Cooper didn't believe in fate. If it existed, it was a real bitch for taking away his mother the way it had and leaving his dad in such despair. But he could pretend for just a moment that he'd always been meant to belong to chaos, to be his friend, his anchor, his human mate. And that would mean chaos, in turn, had always been meant to be Cooper's, to be his friend, his lover, his wily, tricky, wonderful demon. Cooper stopped in front of the address that matched the message on his phone. It was a narrow, nondescript building with little placards at the entrance for each office inside. A good number of them seemed to be empty, but there was one for a lawyer and one for a personal accountant. The office number Cooper had been given didn't have a business name next to it, but then Cooper wouldn't expect it to. The main door was unlocked, no buzzer needed for entry, and Cooper walked down the narrow, dimly lit hallway until he came to the last office on the first floor. He knocked, but there was no answer. He tried the handle, unlocked. He walked inside to find himself in what seemed to be an abandoned waiting area, with a few busted chairs and an open doorway leading to some sort of inner office. "Smith?" he called out. Silence. The door to the back room was open, though, and Smith liked to use noise-canceling headphones while he worked sometimes. He never sat with his back to the door, but it wouldn't be the first time he hadn't heard Cooper come in. Cooper tried again anyway. "Smith?" Nothing. He approached the open doorway, looking through to a small, windowless office with an empty desk and no chair. There were a few boxes with the lids half off, filled with what looked to be old paperwork. There were none of Smith's usual accessories. There wasn't even a computer. Cooper checked his phone again. He had the right address and the right office number, and Smith was meticulous with communication. It would be unlike him to give Cooper the wrong information. "Hey," Cooper texted, "any chance you changed locations?" Maybe Smith had given him an old address after all. Unlikely didn't mean impossible. He saw the 3 little dots that meant Smith was typing out a response, but then the softest whisper of a footstep had Cooper raising his head, ready to turn. Before he could, something sharp jabbed into his neck. He lifted his hand to swat at it. Had he just been bitten by something? But his arm flopped only halfway up, heavy and useless. Cooper's head swam. He tried again to turn, but he couldn't get his feet to cooperate. He couldn't get his knees to lock either. He was falling, the floor rising up to meet him. And then, nothing. Only darkness. Chapter 19. Ivan's apartment had a man protecting the front entrance, a man at the door. A door man. So literal sometimes, these humans. Chaos giggled from his spot on the sidewalk, but no one walking by glanced his way. They were all too focused on staring straight ahead as they marched toward their various destinations. No matter. Chaos had something more entertaining for them than a little quiet cackling. There were a few trees lining the edge of the sidewalk in front of the apartment. Their leaves were gone, but the branches were all spiny and twisty, very pretty. Chaos lit one ablaze. One of the passers-by let out a yelp, and the doorman looked up from where he'd been surreptitiously glancing at his phone. "Holy shit!" Some cool-headed human who'd stopped at the flaming sight turned to snap at him. "Hey, you got a fire extinguisher in there?" Shit, yes, shit." The doorman ran inside the apartment building, and Chaos slipped in after him, keeping his giggles to himself now. He'd already put the fire out the moment the man's back was turned. The doorman would come back out to nothing at all, a perfectly intact, leafless tree. Maybe he'd think he was losing his mind, if no one else stuck around to confirm what he'd seen. Very funny, but not Chaos's concern anymore. He sneaked past the doorman fumbling with the fire extinguisher, down the hallway, around to the elevators. Once inside the little moving carriage, he hit the button for the very top floor, sticking his tongue out at his reflection. At the top, the elevator opened directly into an apartment, and Chaos waltzed right in, calling out, "Hello!" It probably wasn't very burglary of him, but if Ivan and Nix were home, Chaos would just pretend he was here for a little visit, and then sneak the book out when they were distracted. No one answered his call, though. There was no sign of Ivan or Nix, other than their mingled scents threading through the apartment. Well, goodness, that was easy. A little disappointing, since Chaos might have liked to see his friend, but Nix would no doubt track Chaos down soon enough. He wouldn't be able to help himself, all sentimental like he was. Chaos poked around the place for a minute. It was much more modern than Cooper's, all straight lines and boring non-colors, although there were already little touches from Nix, throw pillows, art on the walls, a few pieces of furniture that weren't beige or white. He could scent Nix's demonic signature on them. Apparently, he was making himself right at home with his human. Should Chaos be doing the same for Cooper? He wasn't really one for decorating, though. Perhaps Chaos would ask Nix to help him pick out a rug? Or something soft that wouldn't irritate Cooper's knees if a situation were to occur where he might be on all fours. Perhaps with Chaos on top of him. Just in case. Chaos could scent the demonic signature of the book as well. He followed it to what was clearly Ivan and Nix's bedroom. Clear because of the giant bed and Nix's magical signature, but also because the place reeked of incubus sex magic. The kind that leaked out of Nix when he was all worked up. The whole apartment did, really, but this room in particular was stuffed full of it. Nix and Ivan obviously hadn't had any trouble consummating the bond, and then some. Chaos ignored the sex magic puddles and tracked the book to a little bedside table. There was a lock on the drawer, which Chaos exploded with relish. He scooped the book out with one of Cooper's cloth bags he'd borrowed. Demons couldn't touch a book with their own contract page in it, but that was easy enough to work around. It was a stupid rule, anyway, to have such a simple solution. Chaos peered down at the thing secure at the bottom of his bag. He could feel the telltale magic of the bonding page, weighty and a teensy bit intimidating. He could feel the messy signature of his own contract page as well. Nix's contract page was inactive now, bonded as he was. Same with Kai's. But that was it. Chaos hadn't noticed before. He hadn't been thinking of it to notice. But Nightmare's page just wasn't there. Where could it have gone? The book was supposed to be indestructible. Chaos clucked his tongue. Oh, tricky, Nightmare. Had he found a way to get himself summoned? To arrange it even from inside the void? Chaos wouldn't put it past him. Once he'd seen Nightmare sitting in his cave, eyes closed, shadows swirling around him. Chaos had crept in to see if he could give him a scare. But when Nightmare had opened his eyes, they'd been a swirling, cloudy gray instead of his usual glowing white. Chaos knew what that color meant. Nightmare had been feeding somehow. Feeding in the void. But when Chaos had asked him about it, maybe pestered him a bit, if one considered asking the same question over and over 100 times pestering, Nightmare had sicked his shadows on Chaos, chasing him out of the cave. Funny, but a little rude. So maybe Nightmare had already been summoned into this realm, even with Ivan hoarding the book. Maybe he'd even found himself a bondmate. Wouldn't that be hilarious? All four of them stuck together again, not in the void, but in the human realm. They could have dinner parties Nix would host. It would be like fate. That was what the vampire kind thought about their own mates. That fate chose them, the perfect humans to anchor their vampiric souls and stop their demonic corruption. What would Cooper think about that? Fate throwing him and Chaos together? Too practical for it. No, Chaos decided immediately. Too hurt by what had happened with his parents, by the loneliness of his life so far. Still, it was a fun idea to play with. It made Chaos feel positively smug to think that Cooper had been waiting just for him. It was a self-centered idea, maybe, but Chaos had never claimed to be anything else. What was better to center his thoughts on than his own self? Only Chaos's self now included Cooper. His soul piece was in Chaos's chest, and soon enough their souls would be locked together in a more permanent bond. Who would Nightmare end up with, if he were fated to be with a human? A gothic crypt keeper, perhaps? Or a serial killer, one who used paralytics on his victims? Chaos smirked, wrapping the bag around the book and placing the little bundle in his sweatshirt pocket. Yeah, a gothic crypt-keeping serial killer. They would stare moodily into each other's eyes, reliving their glorious torments together. Chaos cackled out loud at the thought, jumping onto Ivan and Nix's bed and bouncing around until their neatly made covers were mussed. Then he wandered around the apartment again, just for a minute. He couldn't leave without messing with the place at least a little bit. Nix would scent that he'd been there, and he'd think Chaos hadn't cared enough to cause mischief. It would be so terribly rude. So Chaos headed to the kitchen and mixed up the drawers and cabinets until nothing was where it had started. He switched around the art on the wall, he tossed the extra linens around, arranging them artfully on the floor. All of it was silly, impish stuff, beneath him really, considering his powers. But anything bigger, an apartment fire flooding the place entirely, would ruin the home Nix was making with his human. And wouldn't that be beneath Chaos in a different way, to be so mean to his friend? Plus this way, Chaos could tell Cooper about his restraint, and then Cooper would be all quietly proud of him. And really, Nix had been a very good friend. He was deserving of a little bit of consideration. Once Cooper and Chaos were fully bonded to each other, Chaos would go searching Nix out himself, let the other demon dish about his relationship, as Nix was no doubt dying to do. Nix had always wanted to stay in the human realm, after all. Humans were his food, like any other demon, but also his passion. He liked them, really and truly. Chaos had been more diffident about it, he supposed, staying in the human realm. He'd wanted out of the void, sure, but the demon realm would have been fine, too. Stirring up trouble between demons was easy. Hot-blooded as they were, there was plenty of mayhem to go around. And with his contracts completed, Chaos would have returned all-powerful and revered. That would have been hilarious. Other demons were already a little bit wary of his kind, unpredictable as they could be. Would Chaos have found himself a demon mate, someone to make hatchlings with for real? He wrinkled his nose at the thought. Whoever it would have been, their hatchlings wouldn't have been nearly as adorable as his imaginary ones with Cooper. Chaos pictured them coming out of their shells with little glasses already on their tiny faces. Cute, 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 cute. Chaos wouldn't have stayed with his hatchlings anyway. He and this stranger demon would have raised them to self-sufficiency, and then they'd have been on their own. It was the demon way. Cooper would raise his own hatchlings, though. Chaos was sure of it. He wouldn't be able to help himself. He'd care about their thoughts and feelings, and he'd lecture them too mildly about following the rules. Chaos would have to be the disciplinarian. That seemed unlikely, actually. Maybe they'd just have to be spoiled, like Chaos. Just thinking about it was making Chaos restless. He needed to get back to Cooper, to tell him all about their imaginary future with their imaginary, bespectacled hatchlings. His puppy would get all horrified, but also red and pleasantly embarrassed. It would be wonderful. Chaos saluted the empty apartment, went back down the elevator, and walked outside, nodding to the doorman. The man gave Chaos a confused stare, looking back to the apartment Chaos had just walked out of. Chaos grinned at him. "Lovely day, isn't it?" "Who's guessed?" Chaos didn't get a chance to hear the rest of the question, because Cooper's soul piece, which had been thrumming with nerves and worry in a steady, reassuring way that meant he was overthinking but not in danger, suddenly gave a strange, painful clench inside Chaos's chest. And then it went quiet. Chaos tapped at his chest, frowning down at his sternum. The piece was dormant in the way that usually meant Cooper was sleeping. But why would Cooper be asleep? "I said," the doorman repeated, raising his voice and coming to stand directly in front of Chaos. Quiet, Chaos commanded, slapping a hand to the man's mouth. The doorman tried to pry him off, but he wasn't nearly strong enough, and Chaos simply used his grip on the man's jaw to lift him off the ground, removing some of his leverage. Now the people passing by were giving Chaos looks, their attention no doubt drawn by the muffled, panicked yelling coming from the doorman as he thrashed his arms and legs around, trying to dislodge Chaos's hand. But Chaos couldn't enjoy the attention. He was too focused inward. Yes, the soul piece was very, very quiet. Maybe Cooper had finished his task and was taking a nap. But Chaos had felt pain there for just a moment, hadn't he? He hadn't imagined that. Something is wrong, something has happened. Something had happened to his puppy. Icy fingers trailed down his spine, and the heaviness in Chaos's chest was nothing like the comforting weight of Cooper's soul. It wasn't an anchor but an anvil, dragging him down, making it hard to gather his fuzzy thoughts. Chaos had told Cooper he didn't fear anything in this realm, but he'd have to come clean when he saw him next, because this was fear, wasn't it? Panic even, dread. Chaos dropped the doorman on the ground, ignoring the man's frantic gasps as he turned on his heel. He needed to find his puppy right now, and if anything or anyone had hurt him in any way, then this realm would find out just how dangerous an unleashed chaos demon could be. Chapter 20. It was the pain that woke Cooper, a dull throbbing at the back of his skull, like someone was drumming on the bone from the inside. Drumming, drumming, drumming. Had he hit his head? But when? How? He tried to reach up a hand to feel it out, but he couldn't move his arm. He couldn't move either of his arms. Cooper blinked his eyes open. If he'd hit his head, it hadn't dislodged his glasses because he could still see clearly. And he was looking at a gaming setup? It certainly looked like one. There was a massive U-shaped desk with multiple computers and different-sized monitors. There was various other tech he was too dazed to categorize properly, too. Cooper winced at the blinking lights, which were intensifying that horrible drumming in his skull. He didn't inspect it for long, it hurt too much. Plus, he was a little distracted by his restricted movements. His gaze dropped to his uncooperative arms. He was tied to a chair. Thick rope wound around his chest and limbs. Fuck. Sergei, tied to a chair, bruised and beaten with a bloody bandage around his arm. Was the same fate about to befall Cooper? He didn't handle pain well, and torture. Panic set in, swift and vicious. Cooper tried to shake himself out of the rope, tried to kick his legs for leverage. It was futile. His limbs were tied too tight, the rope was too thick, and he just wasn't that strong. But the fear didn't let him stop trying. It was choking him, insisting that if he thrashed long enough, hard enough, something had to give. There was no other option. If he stayed here, he was going to die. His heart would stop, if nothing else. He didn't know how long he struggled. Long enough for his muscles to start trembling, for that horrible, suffocating panic to give way to a strange, dark numbness. Cooper realized with a start that he wasn't gagged. He hadn't even thought to try screaming. He didn't try now. If someone had left him tied to a chair like this without a gag, well, that meant there was no one to hear him scream, was there? At least, no one who would help him. Instead, he called out softly, "Hello?" There was no answer, but one of the blinking red lights in front of him flashed to green. Was there someone watching him? Recording him? Who the hell had Cooper pissed off enough to be in this situation? He looked around the room again, this time ignoring the tech. There were no windows, no natural light, just an orange-yellow overhead that buzzed and flickered in a way that indicated it was on its last legs. It wasn't the same office he'd been knocked out in then. It was somewhere new, somewhere unknown. The light that had turned green before flashed suddenly to red, and then Cooper heard the sound of a door opening behind him. The panic returned, tightening his chest and closing his throat. He didn't breathe, couldn't, and he was too frightened to look over his shoulder and find out what he was dealing with. He didn't need to. His captor came around to the front of his chair. The man was lanky, practically rail-thin with a receding hairline that had been buzzed to the scalp. He was wearing glasses, small wire-rimmed rectangles, no mask or hat or any attempt to hide his identity. Cooper didn't recognize him anyway. He'd never seen him before in his life. "You're awake," the stranger said, his voice reedy in a way that matched his stature. "Who are you?" Cooper asked. He jerked back in his seat, as much as he was able, with the ropes tied around his chest, when a penlight was suddenly shined into his eyes. "Your pupils are even, equal, and reactive, that's good. Although those eyes of yours are a bit unsettling." The man lowered the penlight, rising from the crouch he'd dropped into for his inspection. "I didn't mean for you to hit your head," he explained, although he didn't sound apologetic. "You went down faster than I expected." "Who are you?" Cooper asked again. Then, in case he'd have better luck with it, "Where are we?" "I'm a friend," the man told him, answering the first question and ignoring the second. A sharp little burst of indignation cut through Cooper's panic. This guy wasn't a friend. Cooper had exactly one of those these days. A perfect, wild, menacing demon, and this stranger wasn't it. The indignation made him stupid. "Friends don't tie their friends to chairs," he said, shaking his restrained arms as best he could in some sort of demonstration. "Or kidnap them." "When you run in the circles we do, little wasp, friends do all kinds of things, don't they?" Cooper froze. Atomic Wasp. It was the screen name he used in hacker forums, a silly thing he'd come up with as a teen, a protected identity. And this man claimed he was a friend. Cooper hazarded a guess. "Red Rabbit?" "You can call me Red." There was a small smile on the man's thin lips, one that didn't show his teeth, but his eyes were strangely flat, void of all emotion. "You did very well on your task, Cooper." "And this is my reward?" When Red, didn't answer, Cooper tried a different tack. "What happened to Smith?" "Oh, he's just fine." Red pulled a chair away from the desk, some cheap folding one, and set it in front of Cooper before sitting down across from him. "He was instructed on what to do, and he followed his instructions. There was no need to harm him." Smith had given Cooper up then. Cooper couldn't muster up any anger over it. Smith had either been threatened or tricked, and they weren't close enough for Cooper to expect him to make some sacrifice of himself on principle alone. Or maybe the anger would come later, when Cooper had room for something other than confusion and fear. None of that gave Cooper any better idea of what was happening right now. "Why didn't you message me yourself?" he asked. "You know how to contact me." Those flat eyes studied him. "You likely would have refused. Other hackers have tried to meet you in person. You're notoriously shy." "I don't think I'm notoriously anything." "You underestimate yourself." He really didn't. Cooper was skilled enough, but there were more talented people out there than him. "Are you going to tell me what I'm doing here?" "You're joining my team. You passed the initiation already." Red gave him the same strange, dead-eyed smile. "Congratulations." "I already have a job, thank you." "Yes, I know all about your little Russian family business." Red leaned forward, invading Cooper's space. He smelled like menthol, but not of smoke, as if maybe he'd been sucking on medicated cough drops before he'd come in. "Aren't you tired of managing small tasks for petty gangsters? What you do now is small potatoes. What I'll be using you for will make us millions upon millions upon millions." A chill ran down Cooper's spine. It was never good when that much money was on the table. He'd learned that over the years. He started subtly testing the restraints again, even though he knew it was a lost cause. "How do you know so much about me?" "We have a mutual friend. Said he had a little hacker, talented but meddlesome." That smile of Red's was really beginning to creep Cooper out. "You must have really pissed Sergei off." Cold dread sank in Cooper's gut. Sergei. Here it was, then. His retaliation from beyond the fucking grave. "Sergei's dead," Cooper said with a calmness he didn't feel. He didn't like thinking about how Sergei had died. If he thought about it, he could see it. and it hadn't been a pretty sight. A bit anticlimactic, though, for all that there'd been fountains of blood spraying everywhere. Sergei hadn't even had to beg Ivan for his life. Would Cooper beg Red? Probably. His pride wasn't stronger than his survival instinct, he didn't think. Red didn't even flinch at the news. "What a shame," he said dryly. "You're still not going to let me go?" Cooper asked, already knowing the answer. "No." Cooper sat with it all for a moment, considering the computers in front of him. The mafia background this man must have had to have been in Sergei's circle of communication. He thought of what he knew of Red Rabbit before he'd known him to be Red. Cooper knew this type. "You want me for what? Data breaches? Ransomware? Siphoning off bank accounts?" Red shrugged a shoulder. "How about all of the above? Why do you need me specifically?" Another shrug, although it was belied by the intensity of Red's gaze. "You dropped into my lap, and I meant it before. You're good. You have a reputation even among those who don't know the gangsters you play with. And if this goes south, and it's more likely a matter of when, isn't it, in this day and age, then you're the perfect scapegoat, given your background." He gave a little smile, like he was confiding in a friend. "I wouldn't do well in prison, I'm afraid." Cooper swallowed. "And if I refuse?" The smile dropped. "I kill you and find someone else." Well, cool. There was the panic again. "Why don't you just send me home?" Cooper asked, hoping he sounded less frantic than he felt. "No harm, no foul." Oh God, panic was making him talk like a frat boy. Red shook his head. "Oh, but I made a gentleman's agreement, you see. Sergei wanted you gone, one way or another." "Sergei's dead," Cooper repeated. "I believe you. But the family he was working his way into are still around, even if your boss wounded them. I'm not planning on making enemies this early by reneging. On top of that, you've seen my face. You know one of my handles. I don't trust you on your own." "You chose to show me your face, though. It didn't happen by accident." Red shrugged again, unapologetic, unbothered. "That's pretty ruthless." Red cocked his head. "Given our mutual connection, you must realize you and I have similar business backgrounds. We've worked for similar men. You can't be around people like that for long without catching a little ruthlessness." Except that was bullshit. Cooper had been around those same men, and it hadn't made him fucking evil. He wasn't kidnapping semi-innocent hackers and threatening their lives for no good reason. He frowned. "I think maybe you're just a little psychotic." Red gave him a full smile now, although it still didn't reach his eyes. His teeth were too white and too square, like maybe they were veneers. "You're braver than Sergei said you'd be. From the way he described you, I was expecting a cowering little worm." It was true that Cooper was acting braver than he had any right to. It wasn't because he wasn't scared, he was fucking petrified. It was because he knew chaos was coming for him. The realization swept through him, warming him to the tips of his fingers. Chaos had told Cooper he couldn't run or hide. He'd told Cooper he would find him no matter what. Cooper's taut muscles relaxed their tension just a little. "You really think you can kill me? Have you ever even shot a man before?" Red's lips twitched like he was amused with something. "I'm not a fan of guns, actually. So noisy." He reached an arm out and dragged over a rolling stand Cooper hadn't noticed before. It had a small metal tray, like the kind a dentist used to lay out their instruments. There were different syringes on it, and the sight of them chased away any warmth Cooper had gained. "But see, Cooper, I don't need a gun." "Is that what you used to knock me out?" Cooper asked. There'd been a sting at his neck, he remembered now. Red picked up one of the syringes, holding it in front of his eyes. "This one, yes." He placed it back down, spreading his hand over 3 others. "But these 3, these are the cocktail for a lethal injection. If I managed the dosage right, it should be relatively painless." He cocked a brow. "Let's hope I did, hmm?" And just like that, Cooper was shaking again. Time. He needed time. "How long do I have to decide?" Red glanced at his phone. 30 minutes.
We need to be leaving town soon, I'm afraid. I've been hearing some nasty rumors about your employer these past few days. New York suddenly feels much too small. You and I will be taking this show international."
He rose from his cheap metal chair, pushing the tray of lethal drugs off to the side again.
"I'll leave you alone with your thoughts, shall I?"
Chapter 21. The kidnapping and the threats of murder weren't great, but leaving Cooper alone with his thoughts, that was truly evil. His thoughts were not good at all. As soon as Red had walked out of sight, the sound of the door closing reverberating behind him, whatever bravery Cooper had gathered from thoughts of chaos fled. Chaos would come for him, Cooper knew that, but would he get here in time? Chaos claimed he could track Cooper down wherever he was, and knowing him, he probably could, at least with enough time on his side, but Red was taking Cooper away, out of the city, on a plane, most likely. International, that was what he'd said. And while Chaos might have figured out navigating a human city, and Cooper still wasn't certain of even that much, he definitely didn't know anything about modern air travel. If Red took Cooper away, he would be well and truly lost. And if he refused, he'd be dead. And if Cooper really wanted to face the truth, he was going to be dead either way. Red seemed like exactly the kind of cold fish who'd do away with Cooper once he was even the slightest bit less than useful. And just like that, anger reared its head, rising through the fog of fear and despair. This was just so fucking pointless. Pathetic, really. All of Cooper's struggle to survive, to try to make some sort of life out of the shit hand he and his father had been dealt. And now it was all going away because some hacker wanted lots of money? Handed over like a trading card because Sergei had wanted revenge for getting caught doing something he shouldn't have been doing? Maybe Sergei could have tried not betraying his own mob boss. How about that? Cooper had been doing it for years. It wasn't that fucking hard. When would these greedy, shitty men stop pulling Cooper into their stupid games? And for what? Dmitri had been just the same, power-hungry and ruthless. And where had it gotten him? Death by an aneurysm before he could even enjoy any of that money he'd killed so many men for. Unmourned by the sons who hated him. And definitely unmourned by the wife it was rumored he'd had murdered. Pointless, pathetic games. Chaos would agree. Cooper knew it. Chaos had more power in his cute little wingtip than any of these narcissists, and he cared about it only so much as it made him laugh. He used it to amuse himself, to make life fun, and now he used it to make Cooper's life fun, to try to make him a little less anxious, a little less lonely, to protect him and make him happy. I love him, Cooper thought. I love that demon menace, and I might never get to tell him. He allowed himself a moment, one moment to let the sorrow fill him, and then he let it go. This whole stupid kidnapping had clearly been in the works for some time. Red Rabbit had approached him months ago, before Cooper had even started looking into Sergei's finances. So this all would have gone down no matter what. But at least Cooper had gotten to meet Chaos first. He'd gotten to remember what it felt like to care for someone and have that care returned. He'd had his small, contained life blown up, if only for a little while. Cooper still didn't know what drew Chaos to him, but he was grateful for it, whatever it was. And if Cooper died, Chaos would at least get summoned again. Cooper knew Nix and Kai would make sure of it, and hopefully they'd find another summoner who would allow Chaos to be who he was. Maybe even someone who was a better match than Cooper. His heart clenched painfully at the thought. Oh, fuck, that hurt. He wished he could rub at his chest to ease it, but his arms were still tied down. He missed his friend. The door behind him opened again, and Cooper pushed the pain away. He needed to focus on the anger now. He wanted to be more than his usual scared, trembling self. He wanted to be brave for Chaos. Cooper owed it to him to keep himself alive for as long as possible. Even if Chaos couldn't find him, he could at least stay in the human realm as long as Cooper was living and still in need of a friend. Because Cooper would always need Chaos. That wouldn't change just because he was under some madman's thumb. Red circled around, one thin brow arched over his glasses.
Well?
Time was up. Cooper cleared his throat. I'd like to live. Red's lip curled in satisfaction.
Then you won't do anything stupid, will you?
You're going to hold me hostage by syringe all the way to the airport?
I have some hired muscle coming, in a private plane waiting. Money leads to such convenience, doesn't it?
Cooper scoffed. Money's empty.
People are empty,
Red hissed.
They're common and they're disappointing. Hard data, cold cash, those are reliable.
He leaned in, his hands gripping the armrests of Cooper's chair. The scent of menthol crept into Cooper's nose again, and he had to hold back a sneeze.
You know what I'm talking about, don't you? Sergei told me your sob story. People have let you down your whole life.
It wasn't a very convincing supervillain speech, in Cooper's humble opinion. His life had certainly had its lows, but no more than any other person's. It didn't mean there was no good in the world. It didn't mean people and connections and love weren't worth it. But he wasn't going to waste his breath on this guy. He would have shrugged if he could have managed it. People have disappointed me, maybe, he conceded. But demons? Never. Because even if chaos wasn't going to find him in time, Cooper knew in his bones that his demon would try. And that was enough. Red looked at him in confusion and then cocked his head. Some sort of door or window or something had slammed overhead. The sound was muffled, like maybe they were underground. A basement, perhaps.
My muscle, Red murmured.
Then he frowned as something slammed again.
I'll have to teach them how to be more discreet.
And then there was a garbled scream, louder than the muffled slamming. Closer. Cooper grinned, the relief so sweet it was almost painful. He knew a certain creature who could invoke that kind of terror. Red seemed to realize at the same moment that his hired muscle might have come with company. He swiped a hand out, grabbing a syringe from the medical tray, and then he was behind Cooper, his arm around Cooper's clavicle. He rocked Cooper's chair, turning them both to face the door, and Cooper felt the sharp pinch of a needle poking at his skin. The door flew off its hinges. Smoke filled the room. And then there was chaos. His feathered wings spread wide, fire racing along his arms, his horns, his tail. There was blood on his clothes, Cooper's clothes, actually, since Chaos was still wearing his hoodie.
Puppy,
Chaos greeted lowly, though his eyes were locked on Red. I'm sorry it took me so long. You were right, I got a little lost. In contrast to his cool tone, Chaos's flames were flaring out in bursts, lighting up his eyes and even his hair, almost like he couldn't control them. Cooper winced as the needle jabbed deeper into his skin.
I don't know what or who the fuck you are,
Red said, sounding about 1,000 times calmer than Cooper would have been in his position.
But don't come any closer, or this goes right into his veins and he dies.
The scent of harsh campfire smoke filled the room, thick enough to choke them, but it wasn't visible in the air anymore. They still had a clear line of sight to Chaos, his flames flickering in and out as he held himself perfectly still. I'll stay right here. And then Chaos's voice was behind them, even as they could still see him in front of them. And I'll be right here. There was a choked scream from behind Cooper. Something hot and wet landed on the back of his neck, and the needle pressing against his skin fell away. Then there were two Chaoses in front of him, melding into one as Cooper blinked in shock. He tried to smile, the gesture faltering as he heard pained gurgling behind him. It sounded like someone had their throat cut but was still trying to speak. Cooper hated that he knew what that sounded like. You came for me, he said, soft as a whisper. Chaos glared at the ropes tying Cooper down, at the spots along his wrists where they'd rubbed Cooper's skin raw. You're hurt. Chaos jerked his head, and there was another scream, and then the gurgling stopped, the smell of burned flesh filling the room. Cooper gagged, glancing out the corner of his eye before he could help himself. There was a lot of blood. He looked away again. Flames flared on the thick ropes around him, and they fell away. Cooper wanted to leap up to hug his menace, but fire was still flickering along Chaos's skin, and he was still frowning horribly. "Raucous," Cooper soothed. "I'm okay." "You're not," Chaos told him, uncharacteristically cold. He wasn't even pouting, which was alarming. "You have rope burns and you smell like stale fear." "But I'm okay." Cooper didn't exactly understand what was happening. He had known Chaos would come for him, that Chaos didn't want him hurt, but also, shouldn't this have been a little fun for the demon? He'd killed some men. Don't think about it, don't look behind you. And he'd gotten to hunt Cooper down through the city. Wasn't this his idea of a good time? "You're so upset," Cooper found himself saying. "Yes!" Chaos's wings flared, and flames shot up to the ceiling. This time the fire caught. Cooper watched in horror as it began spreading down the walls, faster than it should have been able to. "Yes, I'm upset!" Chaos cried, ignoring the fire that was circling around them, heating the room. "He hurt you. He told me he'd kill you. You, my mate, my friend, my puppy, my Cooper." He glared over Cooper's shoulder. "I let him die much too quickly. I should have made it hurt." Smoke was filling the room now, but not the yellow campfire smoke of Chaos's magic. Just ordinary life-extinguishing smoke. Cooper coughed, gesturing to the flames. "How about you put out the fire?" Chaos crossed his arms. "No. If it spreads, someone else could get hurt. Let them." "You don't mean that." The flames reached the computers and tech behind them. Sparks began showering as Chaos narrowed his fire-filled eyes. "If I killed every human in this room, there would be no one left to hurt you." Holy shit. Cooper's kidnapping had broken his demon. Cooper coughed again, his eyes watering. "That would be extreme, Braucus." "Everyone in the city, then," Chaos offered, almost flippant. "We could keep Ivan and Nix." "That would still be extreme," Cooper told him, getting desperate now. "And unwelcome. People aren't too bad. You like them, remember?" "I like you more." Cooper still didn't know exactly what was happening, but he was getting some idea. He gathered his courage and grabbed Chaos's fiery hand, trying to exude a calm he wasn't sure he felt. "Do you love me, Braucus?" Chaos frowned, like Cooper's question had caught him off guard. The flames on his hand trailed over to Cooper's skin, but they didn't burn. They only tingled, a warm caress. "Love," Chaos mused, still frowning. "It's a stupid human word. A nonsense word. I'm yours, you're mine. But why? Is it normal to give reasons for these things?" Chaos shook off Cooper's hold. "I want you because of this." He flung out a hand and the fire on the walls and ceiling went out. "I love you because of that." He flung out his other hand and the tech stopped sparking. He pressed both hands to his chest, over his heart. "Isn't the whole point of emotions that they're feelings?" "Well, feelings can sometimes be based on reason." "Fine." Chaos glared at Cooper like he was being unreasonable. "I want you because you're lovely and special and bright, even when you're sad. Because even when you're scared or nervous, you carry on. Because you're brave, though you don't see it. I love you because you're not the strongest or the fiercest or the wildest, and yet somehow, you're still perfect. It doesn't make sense, and that's the best part." Cooper grinned, so wide it hurt his cheeks. The room was still smoky, but some of the furor around them had quelled. "I love you too, Braucus." Chaos stared at him, the flames on his skin dampening slowly until they extinguished completely. His eyes returned to their fox-like yellow as he pushed his lower lip out into a pout. "Stupid human word," he griped. And without another word of warning, he scooped Cooper out of the chair, holding him bridal-style tight to his chest. Cooper closed his eyes so he wouldn't see anything he didn't have the stomach to see. He'd have to be careful with himself from now on, for the sake of the humans around him. Red had been a jerk, and he'd definitely intended to kill Cooper if he'd needed to. But did that mean he deserved to die? A suspiciously chaos-sounding voice in Cooper's head let out a resounding yes, he did. Still, Cooper should try to limit bloodshed in the future. He knew he was lucky Chaos had been willing to put the flames out, lucky he'd had the trump card of an ill-timed conversation about feelings in his pocket. "I'm taking you out of this dungeon, and we're going to bond now," Chaos told him, and Cooper could still hear the pout in his voice. Cooper wrapped his arms around Chaos's neck, resting his head against his demon's shoulder. "Okay, whatever you want." He could feel some of the tension ease in Chaos's frame. "Yes, whatever I want." "I knew you were coming for me, you know." Chaos scoffed. "Of course I was. I always will." Cooper smiled, letting Chaos's warmth surround him. He kept his eyes shut as Chaos took him out of the building he'd thought he might die in. Always. Always sounded good. Chapter 22. Chaos burst into the hotel room, some of the wood of the door jamb shattering around them with the force of his entrance. "You could have used the key," Cooper told him mildly, the words slightly muffled against Chaos's neck. Chaos sneered. "Human locks are inconsequential." But Cooper liked his privacy, so Chaos turned and shut the door behind them, sliding the deadbolt into place. It still fit where it should, so he hadn't broken the door too badly anyway. He managed it all without lowering Cooper to the floor. He wasn't willing to release him, not yet, not so soon. Chaos had needed to walk many city blocks to find this place, and he'd held Cooper close to his chest the whole way. They'd gotten strange looks from some humans too stupid to realize their lives were in danger, but Cooper hadn't noticed the attention, too busy tucking his face into Chaos's neck. So Chaos had let the humans keep their snooping eyeballs in their heads, for now. He could acknowledge that the tether of his self-control was maybe a teensy bit frayed. He was just so angry. Angry at the man who lay dead on a cement floor some blocks away, his throat cut and his flesh charred, a fate too merciful by half. Angry at this city for trying to keep Cooper from him with its traffic and its nonsense, and angry at himself for having let Cooper face an enemy all alone. Normally, Chaos would let that anger burn, dispensing it with a rush of power until he was settled again. But Cooper wouldn't like the resulting carnage, so Chaos was trying his best to be good. "Cooper asked me not to kill everyone," he reminded himself for the 100th time. "He set a boundary, as he says. I will respect it." It had been more difficult than Chaos would have guessed to follow the tug of Cooper's soul piece through such a busy city. The man who'd taken Cooper had brought him to a neighborhood far from Cooper's home and Ivan's apartment. Chaos had tried a taxi, threatening the driver with his talons when the man had asked for money, but the other cars had repeatedly trapped them in place on the street. He, a great and powerful chaos demon subjected to the mercy of traffic. So Chaos had run. He'd run and run and run, faster than any human could. There were definitely human bystanders who'd seen something they shouldn't have, but what did Chaos care? It was a good thing he'd pressed his limits, because when he'd gotten to the building where Cooper's soul was waiting, there had been 2 large human men entering, and they'd been discussing something about a plane, an aircraft to take Cooper far, far away from him. Chaos had seen red. He'd been moving before he'd known it, sliced through one's neck, incinerated the other after he'd run, cutting off the man's terrified scream. He'd raced down to Cooper only to see some weasel threatening his puppy with deadly human medicine. Cooper had been hurt and scared and it's all okay now. Chaos tried to tell himself before the anger could get away from him, and he burned through the hotel room they'd only just found. He had to remember that he had his puppy safe in his arms. No one was going to part them now. Cooper lifted his head, peering around the room. The skin of his face creased from where it had been pressing into Chaos's sweatshirt for so long. It was nowhere near as nice as the hotel they'd squirreled away in when they'd been hiding from Ivan, but it was private, and it was here, so it would have to do. "Are we going to bond now?" Cooper asked after he'd made his perusal. Chaos took a moment so that his words would come out soft and sweet, and not in the harsh growl he could feel burning his throat. "After I bathe you, you have blood on you. Weasel blood. It was all over Cooper's neck and the back of his lovely tawny hair. It smells disgusting. I thought you liked the smell of blood. Not on you, Chaos considered, then amended, not unless it's mine. Cooper scrunched his nose. Gross. Romantic, Chaos corrected. Cooper was always getting mixed up about that. A shower would be good, Cooper said, ignoring Chaos's correction. I probably smell like flop sweat. Chaos agreed. Cooper's soul didn't taste fearful anymore. It hadn't emitted any fresh terror since Chaos had arrived in that basement doorway, flickering with flames. Even with a syringe of death held at his neck, Cooper had kept faith that Chaos would save him. Chaos would make sure Cooper never regretted such faith in him. Never, ever, ever. He took Cooper into the bathroom. It was small, just a toilet and a bathtub/shower combination, but that was fine. Neither of them was overly large. Chaos set Cooper down gently on the floor and began removing his human's clothes. The hooded sweatshirt Cooper was wearing had weasel blood on it, so Chaos incinerated it, then disappeared his own. He turned the knobs on the shower, feeling the water. The shower pressure was good, at least. Tell me if it's too hot. Cooper held a hand under the spray, then yelped, jerking it back. Fuck, it's scalding! It had barely been warm to Chaos. He sparked out a flame before he could help it, annoyed with himself. Stupid shower. Chaos would burn it down if he didn't need it to wash off the weasel blood. Cooper started patting Chaos's back. I'm fine. Let me try. He fiddled with the knobs, waited a moment, and then tested it again, letting out a relieved sigh. Oh, that's better. It was still a stupid shower. Chaos removed Cooper's glasses and lifted him over the edge of the tub, then followed him in. He made a note of the temperature while he was in there so he wouldn't accidentally scald his puppy again. Cooper gave him a sweet, tired smile, tawny strands plastering to his face under the spray. Are you going to wash my hair for me, Menace? Yes, Chaos told him, reaching for the hotel's miniature bottles of cleansing agents. Cooper eyed him, not yet turning around to let Chaos get at his hair. Your hair's black, he said after a moment, and so are your eyes. I can barely see the whites around them. I'm having dark feelings, Chaos admitted. Because I was hurt? Because you were almost taken from me? I'm sorry, Cooper said softly, like it was his fault. He turned around, letting out a little groan when Chaos massaged shampoo into his hair. It wasn't Cooper's fault, but Chaos didn't mind a little bargaining power. From now on, wherever you go, I go. He tugged Cooper's head until Cooper tilted it back for rinsing, then poured more shampoo on it. Won't I be stronger after the bond? You won't have to worry so much. Don't care, Chaos said shortly. Cooper let out a resigned sigh. Okay, Menace, wherever I go, you follow. It was the exact opposite of what Chaos had wanted back in the void. It was essentially a leash of his own making, when all he'd wanted was to be free. And he didn't care, not at all. He'd take that leash and wrap it round and round and round himself until no one and nothing could ever take it off. He'd tie himself so tightly to Cooper no one could ever take him away. Chaos washed Cooper's hair and skin until his puppy no longer smelled like weasel blood. He now smelled like fake flowers instead, and it made Chaos's nose itch, but it was better than the alternative. He turned Cooper to face him. You're shaking again. Cooper shrugged his trembling shoulders. Shock, I guess. That was all a bit scary. Are you? Chaos tried to make himself say the words. They didn't want to come out, but he made them. Do you need to wait, to rest, before bonding? Despite his best efforts, the question still came out as a whine. But really, how far did Chaos being gentle and patient have to go? He was a demon, not a saint, and he was ready now. Before he could get too worked up about it, Cooper smiled softly, pressing a finger to Chaos's lower lip, which had jutted out into a pout at some point. No, Brockus, I won't make you wait. I'm ready now. Good. That was a relief. It was so tiring being good when he didn't want to be. Chaos lifted Cooper out of the shower, locating his glasses and pushing them onto Cooper's nose. He dried them, sizzling the water off his own skin as he switched back to his demon form and then took Cooper out to the bedroom, where the book lay in its bag on the floor. Cooper eyed the book-shaped bag. "Is that it? Can I see your mark again? The one I summoned you with?" When Chaos nodded, Cooper removed the book from the bag, turning it to Chaos's page without having to search for it. He traced one of his lovely fingers over the yellow markings. "Your symbol is so beautiful," he murmured. "So wild." Chaos turned for him, parting his wings to display the markings on his back. "It matches my tattoo, you see?" Cooper grinned at him. "I know. So you think my back is beautiful too?" Chaos pointed out, wanting them on the same page about this. "I do. Come, puppy." Chaos bounded onto the bed and took a seat, cross-legged with his wings against the headboard. Cooper clambered a little more slowly after him, mirroring his position with the book between them. They were both still naked, which was lovely but maybe not good for Cooper's shivers. His shaking had quelled, but Chaos summoned his sweatshirt back anyway, draping it over Cooper's shoulders before settling back into position. "Okay, puppy, turn the book to the last page and repeat after me." Chaos said the bonding words, each one deliberate, and Cooper repeated them obediently. He didn't ask what they meant, didn't question any of it, but Chaos wanted him to know. He didn't need to be tricky, not about this. He gave Cooper his version of the binding spell's human translation. "We bind ourselves together, form, spirit, and heart, to be taken from each other only by death, and even then only for a little itty bit. My soul for my mate, and my mate's soul all for me." Cooper grinned at him, and Chaos held a finger to his lips. "Hold out your hand now, puppy." Cooper held out his hand. "Which one is the human marriage finger?" Chaos asked. Cooper wiggled the fourth finger of his left hand, and Chaos grasped it oh so gently. He brought it to his lips and sucked it into his mouth, pressing sharp teeth at the base in a perfect ring. He bit down until blood filled his lips, then bit down a touch harder. Cooper winced, but he didn't draw back, and he didn't start smelling of fear again. Good puppy. Chaos sucked the blood into his mouth, swallowed, and released the finger. Cooper drew his hand to his chest, cupping his fingers together to catch the remaining blood. Chaos could heal it, but he wouldn't. It would scar. Chaos wanted it to. "I didn't bite it off," he told Cooper proudly. Cooper arched his brows, still cupping his hand to his chest. "Was there a risk of that?" "There's always a risk of that. You have lovely hands. Your version of cuteness aggression is alarming." But Cooper didn't smell alarmed at all. He smelled peaceful, happy, safe. Chaos bit his own finger, the fourth on his left hand, letting the blood well for a moment before he held it out to Cooper. Cooper winced again, but he took it obediently into his mouth, swallowing once. Good puppy. Chaos withdrew his finger, shifting in position. He was getting hard now, he couldn't help it. Cooper wasn't, not yet, but that would change soon. Sure enough, as the blood hit his system, Cooper immediately started shaking violently, the sweatshirt draping his shoulders sliding off onto the covers. Chaos was trembling now too, and yellow smoke began filling the room, until it looked like the bed they were sitting on was a boat in a river of golden fog. "I feel weird," Cooper stuttered, staring out at the smoke. His pretty penis was filling rapidly, rising out of his lap. "Yes, puppy," Chaos said. He started grasping his own cock, unable to resist. "It's the bond magic." Cooper's gaze fell to Chaos's hand. "Consummation time?" "Yes, puppy," Chaos crooned. So smart is Cooper. Lube?" Chaos had been carrying some in his pants pocket, so he summoned them to the bed and dug it out. He ripped open the packet and coated his cock quickly. "Come here." Cooper shuffled over on his knees and clambered onto Chaos's lap. Chaos swiped off some of the excess lube onto his fingers. He parted Cooper's cheeks. "Let's open you up." Cooper shook his head. "No fingers, it's too... I need..." He laid his trembling hands on Chaos's arms. "Just go slow." Chaos knew what Cooper meant. He needed it too. It was the magic of the bond urging for them to be joined in body as their souls took root in each other. He lined his tapered tip up with Cooper's entrance. Despite the near painful urge to take, he left it at that for a moment, sliding his hands down Cooper's shivery sides to soothe them both. He let Cooper shift himself down inch by inch until he was seated to the hilt, and their shaking instantly eased. Cooper was filled with chaos, and chaos was filled by Cooper. His human soul was no longer a little piece in Chaos's chest. It filled his chest, expanding until there was room for nothing else, as if Chaos's soul hadn't just merged with Cooper's, but he'd given his away, given it all to his sweet summoner. Chaos liked that idea. What did he need with his soul? It already belonged to Cooper. Oh my God. Cooper leaned back, his rump resting on Chaos's thighs, his beautiful mismatched eyes wide with wonder. I can feel you. He tapped his chest. So wild and joyful, brave. Chaos lifted his fingers to Cooper's cheeks. They were wet. You're crying. Cooper blinked, and more tears fell from beneath his glasses. It feels so good to have you here. I think I missed you. I've been missing you my whole life, and I didn't even know. Chaos shifted them, lowering Cooper onto his back on the bed without dislodging himself. Cooper's knees bent and spread wide around Chaos's own. Chaos pulled back his hips, then slid back into him in a tight, tortured thrust. You'll never be alone again, he promised. Never ever. Cooper moaned and arched his back, encouraging Chaos to move again. Love you? It was a silly nonsense human word, but Chaos liked hearing it come from Cooper's lips. It meant something to Cooper. It meant he'd missed Chaos's soul before he'd even known who Chaos was. Chaos felt that too. It made no sense at all, and that was a wonderful thing. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Chaos wiggled and petted and cajoled until Cooper's body was taking him easily, and then he bred his puppy with slow, smooth rolls of his hips, for once happy to be steady and contained. They had their whole existence for wild and unrestrained. Chaos had an eternity to tease Cooper now. Stroke yourself, puppy, he murmured. Slow for me. Cooper's breath hitched, and his hand drifted to his weeping cock, stroking almost languidly as they rocked together. He wasn't crying anymore, but his gaze never left Chaos's eyes, even as his breaths grew ragged and his moans desperate. That's it, puppy, Chaos crooned when Cooper was right at his edge, his legs shaking desperately as Chaos drove into him. Come for me, only for me. Cooper's hand stilled, cupping the head of his cock, and he hunched with a cry. Chaos bent his head, capturing Cooper's mouth to drink in the sound. That cry was for him, only for him. He licked and nipped lazily at Cooper's mouth as his mate whimpered and moaned, and then he let time stop and splinter around them, the fire that had pooled in his belly rushing out to flood his human with his spend. He came back to himself to find that he was still sucking on Cooper's tongue, his cock still nestled deep and warm within him. Chaos drew back slowly, regretfully, and his perfect Cooper grunted at the loss. It's done, Chaos told him, giddy and gleeful. Cooper touched Chaos's cheek with a smile. I hope our imaginary hatchlings have your eyes. Chaos grinned. All the panic and rage of the day had been washed away, and there was only his Cooper, beautiful and generous and so much braver than he knew. Half will have yours and half will have mine. How does that sound? Cooper pressed a kiss to his lips. It sounds perfect. Chapter 23. Flames running along the walls, a strangled scream, chaos, beautiful and fierce and full of rage, all of it for Cooper. Cooper woke up with the words already on his lips. Let's get out of here. Chaos jolted upright in the hotel bed, although Cooper didn't think he'd been asleep. Out of the hotel? Cooper shook his head. Out of the city. Let's just go. He'd had enough of this place, the people it housed, the men in it who kept creating trouble for him, and the people he cared for. Chaos flopped to his side, setting his head on his hand as he peered at Cooper. To your cousin? Right. Sasha had offered them a place to rest in Maine if they wanted it. Cooper shrugged. Sure, as long as it's away. Cooper needed it. He was pretty sure Chaos did too. Cooper hadn't forgotten Chaos offering, or threatening really, to take the whole city down for what had been done to Cooper. His demon's rage might have cooled with the sweetness of their bonding, but Cooper didn't want to push it. They could use a little space, not from each other. Cooper wasn't ready to let Chaos out of his sight anytime soon, but from everything that had happened. And for once, Cooper was excited to venture out and away. He could feel Chaos through the bond, that bit of him that was supposedly his soul in Cooper's chest, and it was exciting. Like a new kind of buzzing energy, something Cooper had never experienced before. A new kind of bravery almost. It wasn't exactly like Cooper had changed overnight, but more that he could finally see it, feel it. The joy Chaos had in exploring the world, in making messes, in being unapologetically himself at every turn. A little extra courage Cooper could borrow when he needed it. Cooper might anchor Chaos with this bond, but Chaos lifted Cooper. He laughed, suddenly overwhelmingly pleased with everything. Let's get the fuck out of here, he crowed. Chaos cackled, jumping onto his knees in excitement, bouncing on the bed. Yes, puppy, let's go play. The seatbelt sign flashed on with a ding, and Cooper belted his obediently, then leaned over to do the same for Chaos, since the demon was busy making scary faces at an older toddler who'd been bawling uncontrollably 5 minutes ago. Bawling and throwing things and kicking Cooper's seat. Cooper had been worried, when Chaos turned around and peered over the back of their chairs, that he was going to scold the kid or threaten him with fire or something. But Chaos had been grinning at the overwhelmed child, ignoring the frantic apologies of the parents. "Aren't you a wild one?" he'd asked gleefully, and the little kid had been so shocked by Chaos's approval that he'd stopped crying immediately. And now he and Chaos were apparently the best of friends. They were taking turns making strange faces and even stranger sounds, and each time Chaos switched it up, it sent the kid into manic giggle fits. The parents, who had another baby they'd been trying to contend with when their older child was losing it, were looking at Chaos like he was a saint from above. If only they knew. Cooper was glad he hadn't splurged for business class this time. He'd had a feeling Chaos would enjoy the close-quartered jumble of coach, and he'd been right. Plus, with the season approaching midwinter the way it was, the flight was only half full. He and Chaos could have had a seat between them if they'd wanted, but Chaos had insisted on taking the middle seat, pressing himself against Cooper's side. It had been easy to get tickets. After a quick call with Sasha, Cooper had gotten them onto the next direct flight to Portland, Maine. Sasha and Kai would pick them up from there and drive them the 3 extra hours to Seacliff, since Cooper didn't have a license. He'd need to remedy that if they were going to start leaving the city regularly. He couldn't imagine letting Chaos behind a wheel. Cooper might have access to a little more bravery than before, but he hadn't completely gone off the deep end. Chaos had been pleased when Cooper had suggested flying. Yes, he'd muttered. It's time to get familiar with air travel, just in case. Chaos's concern had solidified Cooper's decision to get out of town, at least for a bit. They needed to go somewhere where there were no threats, no mafia business to get tangled up in. Leaving danger behind was why Sasha had gone to Maine in the first place, why he'd stayed, so maybe it was fitting that it was the reason Cooper was visiting. They landed, everyone started deplaning, and Cooper and Chaos waved goodbye to Chaos's new little friend. They hadn't checked any baggage, seeing as how they only had a computer bag and one backpack between them, since Chaos could summon his own clothes when he wasn't stealing Cooper's. They found Sasha and Kai waiting at the curb, Sasha looking tiny next to his massive demon mate. Sasha waved brightly as soon as he caught sight of them. "Welcome, welcome!" Kai was glaring? Or maybe that was just his face, even in human form. Cooper didn't know him well enough to know yet. Either way, he eyed them for only a moment before letting out a resigned huff. "You bonded?" "You did?" Sasha asked in surprise, wide eyes darting between them.
Congrats!
Kai was still maybe scowling at Chaos. I suppose I'm stuck with you again. Cooper stepped in front of his demon, his hackles raised by Kai's attitude, as if it was some burden to have Chaos in the same realm. You don't need to be around us if you don't want, he told the other demon. We can find another place to stay. Sasha made as if to get between them and start offering apologies, but Kai held out a hand, cocking his head. Are you defending him from me, little hacker? Cooper squared his shoulders, even though the move put him nowhere near Kai's absurd height. Yes, I am. Weirdly, Kai grinned at him. He may have been a bit of a jerk, but he was beautiful when he smiled. Even Cooper could admit that. Very good, the big demon said in approval. But there's no need. I don't mind Chaos's presence on occasion. I became used to his chatter centuries ago. Cooper glanced over his shoulder to check with Chaos. He didn't look the least bit offended by anything Kai had said. Instead, he started petting at Cooper's shoulders, gazing at him adoringly like Cooper had just declared his undying love. What a good puppy, he crooned, nuzzling his cheek. And now Cooper's cheeks were hot, and not just from Chaos's touch. It was time to change the subject. Where's your, roommate?
Oh, he's super shy about leaving the house. Worse than you.
Sasha winced at his own words, laughing awkwardly.
No offense.
Kai pressed a kiss to Sasha's pale hair. No one is offended, said Chick. He waved a hand to Cooper and Chaos. Into the car with you. It's a long drive in a tiny vehicle. The house they pulled up to was big but a little run down, with peeling paint and a porch that had seen better days. Cute, though. Cooper could see the potential. They made their way inside, and Sasha showed them to the spare bedroom they'd be staying in, then shepherded them back down to the living room. It didn't seem like Sasha's style, not nearly chic enough compared to his New York apartment, but maybe it had been furnished by the previous owners. Chaos cocked his head, peering intensely at the bookshelf against the wall, muttering something that sounded like, "So that's where it is." Before Cooper could ask him what he was talking about, a short, young-looking guy with enormous brown eyes and dark hair shorn close to his head poked his head out of the hallway. He kept it at that, the rest of his body hidden away by the wall. Those big eyes darted between them, and it looked as if maybe he was trying to place their faces.
Maddie,
Sasha greeted.
Come meet our guests. This is my cousin Cooper and his partner Chaos. Guys, this is Mateo.
Mateo kept eyeing them warily, not making any more headway out of the hallway. Cooper stayed still, letting the other man, boy, maybe, decide for himself whether to face them or flee. Sasha might have decided to lump Cooper and Mateo together as two shy introverts, but this didn't seem like what Cooper dealt with at all. It didn't read to him like general anxiety. It seemed more like fear, specific and overwhelming. Out of the corner of his eye, Cooper caught Kai switching to demon form, tall and blue and horned. After a moment, Chaos followed suit, stretching his wings out as much as the little space allowed. For some reason, that had Mateo's hunched shoulders lowering. He crept forward until he was framed in the doorway. He was wearing sweatpants and a hooded sweatshirt at least 3 sizes too big. "Another demon?" he asked quietly, eyeing Chaos's wings and tucking his hands into his sleeves. "And you're together?" His cheeks went dark pink at his own question, but he didn't backtrack. He just waited patiently for an answer. Chaos wrapped a proud arm around Cooper. "He's my puppy." "They're bonded," Kai informed Mateo, which was probably a more helpful explanation. Mateo gave them a shy smile. "Oh, okay." He turned around and disappeared again. Yeah, he and Cooper were bound to be the best of friends. Cooper cleared his throat in the resulting silence. "If it's all right, I was thinking I'd show Chaos the beach before it gets dark."
Of course,
Sasha told him, making a little shoe gesture with his hands.
Go explore. The town's pretty small. You're not going to get lost.
Cooper reached into his back pocket. "I brought you something," he said, his throat suddenly tight with nerves. as a thank you for having us.
Oh, Sasha's eyes widened in surprise. You didn't have to.
I meant to get you a copy a long time ago. Cooper held out his offering, the two photos he had of his father and Sasha's mother together. In one, they were laughing quietly together, looking like they were sharing a secret. In the other, they were standing side by side, staring solemnly at the camera. Oh! To Cooper's immense alarm, Sasha's eyes immediately watered, tears spilling over.
Oh, Cooper. My father didn't. I don't have any.
I have duplicates, Cooper said quickly, hoping to stave off any full-out sobbing. So you can keep these. And then he was being pulled into the tightest hug of his life.
Thank you.
Sasha released him quickly, possibly because Chaos was sparking little flames next to them. Sasha waved his hands toward the door again, sniffing back more tears.
Go, enjoy the walk. It'll be cold, but gorgeous.
Kai and Chaos switched back to human form, and Kai walked them out the door, giving Cooper an alarming, forceful clap on the back that was maybe supposed to be his version of gratitude. He pointed them to a path that would lead along the cliffs and down to the beach. Cooper and Chaos walked along it, hands clasped and arms swinging. Chaos eyed the few people they came across with avid interest, but he didn't start any trouble. For his part, Cooper ignored everyone, choosing to look at the scenery instead. He breathed in the winter air, noticing that the cold didn't bite into him the way it should have. Maybe that was the demon bond working in his favor, or maybe it was just having Chaos at his side. Dad would like him, Cooper thought suddenly, and he knew it immediately to be true. Cooper didn't have many memories of his mother, but his dad had told Cooper she was brave and bright and beautiful. Maybe it was the fate of the Zaitsev men to be drawn to their opposites. You're pensive, Chaos finally said when the path started dipping down toward the shore. I was just thinking my dad would like you. Really? How odd. Not many do. Cooper frowned. That's not true. Your demon friends like you, I can tell. Or the two I've met, at least. Anyone would get sick of each other a little bit after being stuck together for so long like that. I wouldn't use that as proof of anything. Chaos was grinning at him. So protective of me. He kissed Cooper's clasped hand. My puppy has grown. Cooper was saved from having to respond by their reaching the beach. It was a small sandy cove, surrounded by rocky cliffs on either side. The water was dark in the late afternoon, but not rough. It was beautiful. Next to him, Chaos let out a happy sigh. Oh, it's lovely, 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 lovely. You like it? Cooper asked, not sure why he was surprised. The ocean? Chaos nodded happily. It's different seeing it in person. I can feel. He held out a hand toward the water. There's the rhythm of the waves, so steady. But underneath, in the depths, it's turmoil, struggles of survival, storms, and massive waves way out deep. A very interesting energy, he said with approval. We could see more beaches, Cooper offered. We could even do some traveling by boat, or by plane, just... He hesitated but then kept going, spilling out a plan he'd only half come up with. I can work remotely, you know. We could travel, for the next year even, get away. We can come visit regularly so you can see Nix and Kai. Chaos gave him a look. And so you can see your kin. Yeah, sure, but would you want to? To do that with me? Chaos tugged Cooper into him, back to chest, wrapping his arms around Cooper's waist and tucking his chin over Cooper's shoulder. Whatever you want, my sweet summoner. Whatever, whenever, wherever. I go where you go. Cooper laughed, happiness fizzing in his stomach. But would you enjoy it? I would enjoy it very, very much, Chaos told him with a nuzzle. Cooper believed him. For whatever reason, this wild, wonderful demon would be happy wherever they went, as long as he was at Cooper's side. So they'd go. Maybe they'd come back for good at the end. Maybe they'd find somewhere they liked better than the city, only coming back to visit. Maybe they'd make a little mischief along the way. But no matter what, they'd be together. Neither of them would be alone, not anymore. Cooper leaned his head back, letting his cheek rest against Chaos's. Me too. I'm going to enjoy it all. Every minute. Epilogue. Chaos darted through the apartment, light on his feet, like a tricky mouse, or a tricky gazelle, or maybe just a tricky demon. He slipped into the steam-filled room, his gaze caught on the silhouette of his prey. He disappeared his clothes and then projected himself into the shower, grabbing onto the warm body in front of him. "Oh my fucking God!" Cooper screamed. He said that phrase a lot when Chaos touched him. Usually when Chaos was inside him, though, and usually with less sheer terror. Cooper might have slipped and fallen too, but Chaos locked onto him, one arm around his belly and one around his chest. It lined them up perfectly so Chaos's hard cock pressed against the seam of Cooper's bottom. Lovely. Cooper realized quickly enough what was happening. Chaos's sweet, intelligent summoner, and relaxed in Chaos's hold. "You scared the life out of me, you know." He craned his neck to peer at Chaos. "I thought you didn't want a shower." "I got cold." Cooper chuckled, pressing his delightful bottom back against Chaos's erection. "And what's this you have for me?" "It's my penis," Chaos told him helpfully. "I'm hoping to place it inside you." Cooper's chuckle turned into a full laugh. "Dude, I was being coy." "Ah, human games." Chaos nodded in approval, his hands beginning to wander on their own. He enjoyed the way it made goosebumps ripple across Cooper's skin, even with the warmth of the shower. "Then it's a gift," he murmured. "Just for you. Where should I put it?" Cooper let out a little hum as Chaos's thumb teased his nipple. "You didn't get enough earlier?" "Never enough." Chaos rocked against Cooper, nestling his hard cock even more firmly into that furrow. "And we'll be apart for hours. I need to stock up." When Cooper only hummed again, pressing a hand against the shower wall and arching his back, Chaos nipped at his ear in approval. "Good puppy." He stepped back and spread those lovely cheeks, lining himself up with no hands and, in one perfect, glorious thrust, burying himself where he loved most to be. Cooper let out a small, punched-out noise. He'd been loosened already from their mating this morning, even lubricated still since he hadn't gotten to washing himself there yet, but Chaos held himself still anyway, letting his puppy adjust to him. Eventually, Cooper shifted, letting out a satisfied moan. "Stock up," he said, placing his other hand on the wall. "You say it like you're storing it somehow. Sex with me?" "I am," Chaos told him while he let his hands wander again. He liked touching Cooper while he was nestled inside him, all snug and warm. "In my mind, I have so many beautiful pictures of you, taking me so well like you do. And in my chest, the taste of your soul piece suffused with lust, and in my skin, the feel of you against me. I store it everywhere, my time with you." Cooper let out a breath, and when he peered over his shoulder at Chaos, his gaze was soft as silk. "Raucous, that's so creepy. Romantic." Ah, yes, Chaos was a wonderful romantic. Just look at him, breeding his puppy before their time apart. Speaking of, Chaos withdrew to the very tip and then sank back into Cooper with a growl. The way Cooper's tight insides welcomed him, sucking him in, always made his belly clench, that heat pooling in a way that reminded him of old bloodlust. He crooned. "So nice and warm inside you, puppy." "Says," Cooper gasped, the sound trailing off into a broken moan as Chaos repeated his earlier motion. "Says the furnace." Chaos placed his hands over Cooper's on the shower wall and began rocking into Cooper in earnest. He ran his nose along the soft skin of Cooper's neck, along his jaw, before trailing back up to nip at his ear again. Lovely charred caramel rose in the air. His good, sweet, perfect puppy let himself be ravaged. Let Chaos take what he wanted from his body. Let Chaos know how much he loved it with his gasps and moans and wonderful little whimpers. It was Chaos who lost himself first. He set his blunt teeth into Cooper's shoulder and shuddered, filling him up. For once he withdrew his cock immediately, shoving his fingers inside instead, feeling his own spend hot and wet inside his summoner. Cooper let out a choked, "Oh fuck," and Chaos reached his other hand around to stroke Cooper's poor, swollen cock. "Your turn, puppy," he ordered, scissoring his fingers, pressing his cum all over Cooper's inner walls. He wished he had more to offer, wished he could coat him from the inside out. Mine, my puppy, my summoner. Cooper twisted his neck to slam his mouth against Chaos's, kissing him in that open-mouthed, sloppy way that meant he was close to his own release. Chaos hummed his pleasure, taking what Cooper offered him, sucking at his tongue and licking all around his mouth. Cooper came with a sweet, surrendering sob, splattering cum against the shower wall. Chaos soothed him as he trembled and shook, although he left his fingers where they were. "Good puppy," he praised. "There it is. All for me, Fuck." Cooper eventually sighed, slumping back against Chaos's chest. "Fucking fuck." Chaos nuzzled his cheek. "Shall I leave all this inside you? A little treat for the day?" Cooper let out a shuddering laugh. "Oh, menace. Clean me up, will you? You can defile me again when I get home, if you really need to." Oh yes, Chaos would definitely need to. Chaos washed them both, and they dressed quickly. As Cooper was getting his computer bag together, Chaos sneaked his human's phone out of his pocket, sending a text that he immediately deleted before tucking it back where it had been. His face was perfect innocence when Cooper turned to him. "You sure you don't want to come with me?" After having spent the last year and a half bouncing around the world, they were planning on returning to the city for the summer, or sometime in the city, sometime in Maine, and Cooper was heading to a nearby computer center to ask about volunteering to teach coding to teens. Chaos knew he'd be amazing at it. His Cooper was so patient, so kind. Cooper had changed over their year away, grown into himself. He'd told Chaos that repeated exposure to new people and places and experiences had helped, but Chaos thought it might also have been about getting away from the place where so many of his bad memories resided. He hoped, too, that he'd helped, in his way. He adored his puppy just as he was. Chaos wouldn't have been any less devoted to Cooper if he'd remained anxious or a homebody, but Cooper seemed happier this way, more comfortable in his own skin. And he was still a homebody. Even though they'd traveled, they would also spend days inside their rental where they never went out, just had laptop time and sex time and bath time on repeat. Chaos loved those days, snuggled up with his puppy, just as much as he loved exploring the human realm. He'd never thought he could find comfort and peace and calm, but the universe was full of surprises, it seemed. And sometimes, when Cooper got lost in a hacking project, Chaos would go out and explore and make mischief on his own, coming back at regular intervals to make sure his summoner was eating and sleeping properly. Now he kissed his puppy goodbye, waving him off, and immediately left the apartment. Chaos had a mission. He made his way to the address he'd gotten from Ivan. It hadn't taken much coaxing either. Maybe Ivan was more protective of his hacker cousin than he let on. Chaos knocked on the run-down office door. A human answered. He looked to be somewhere in his early 60s, with a scraggly gray beard and the look and scent of someone who hadn't showered in more than a few days. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion. The door held mostly closed in front of him.
"You're not who I was expecting."
"No, you were expecting Cooper, weren't you? But that was me texting from his phone." Chaos grinned. "Wasn't that devious of me?" There was a flash of fear on the man's face, Smith's face, but Chaos was already pushing him inside, locking the door behind them. "Hello," Chaos said, since Smith had apparently forgotten the niceties when he'd seen Chaos at the door. "I'm Chaos, Cooper's friend, his best friend." Smith held up his hands as if a silly gesture like that could ward off any of Chaos's ire.
"Listen, I'm sorry for what happened. I told Coop so when he came to pick up the latest papers."
He cocked his head, his hand still held in front of him.
"That was for you, right? I recognize you from the picture now. Brockus, something or other." Yes, thank you for those. Look at Chaos being so polite. Cooper would be proud. But we still have our own business to attend to. Smith tried to back away, but he only ran into his own desk.
Well, what kind of business?
Chaos stepped forward, closing the extra distance Smith had gained. I've been away, so I apologize for the delay. I usually like my vengeance right up front. Cooper was hurt. You played a part. He grabbed Smith's hand, ignoring the man's efforts to tug it away. Index, middle, pinky, or ring.
What?
Which will you miss the least? Chaos asked, ever so patient. I'm being very kind, letting you choose and not even bringing your thumb into it. You probably need that most of all, yes? Smith didn't answer. Chaos switched into his demon form. Smith screamed. Chaos growled.
Which finger, human?
Smith only screamed again, so Chaos chose for him. And in the spirit of Cooper's mercy, Chaos would be generous. He'd take the littlest. He bit down on Smith's pinky. There was a crunch, another scream, the taste of warm copper and old man's skin. Ugh. Chaos spat out the pinky immediately and cauterized what was left with a flash of fire. He released Smith's hand, not eager to hold it any longer than he needed to. Smith immediately tucked it into his chest protectively. His screams had died down with the shock of the cauterization. Chaos made a face at him. That wasn't very tasty. He looked accusingly at Smith's hand. Cooper's would have been much more delicious.
What the fuck?
Anyway, I must be off. Hurt Cooper again, and it'll be your whole hand. Or better yet, your head. Chaos wouldn't really be able to unhinge his jaw wide enough to bite off a man's head. Who was he, Nightmare? But he thought it was still a very good threat. His talons would do the trick, if nothing else. With another flash of his sharp teeth for good measure, he flounced off, leaving the cowering, whimpering man behind. Chaos needed to hurry if he was going to surprise his puppy at the computer center. Once there, he caught Cooper on his way out of the building, and the look of pure delight on his human's face made something thump in Chaos's chest. Cooper was always happy to see him every single time. Perfect timing, Cooper told him, hitching his computer bag higher onto his shoulder. Did you get bored all by your lonesome? Chaos tugged Cooper into his arms, nuzzling his head against his shoulder. Yes, puppy, so bored. Chaos wouldn't tell Cooper about his small piece of vengeance, not unless Cooper asked specifically. His puppy was tender-hearted and wouldn't like to hear about his friend getting hurt. But that was what Chaos was for. Chaos would protect Cooper no matter what, with or without his explicit knowledge. Cooper hadn't had anyone at his back before, but he had a Chaos demon at his disposal now. The fact that Cooper never used that fact to an unfair advantage when it came to all the cruel and annoying humans in the world was a very fortunate thing for them. Chaos wouldn't lie, though, if Smith ever spilled the beans. He knew Cooper would forgive him instantly. Being tricky and sneaky and a little vicious was part of Chaos's nature, and Cooper understood that. Just like Chaos would have accepted Cooper if he stayed firmly in his shell, Cooper would accept Chaos even if he stayed ferocious and wild. Luckily for the world, Chaos didn't mind being a little domesticated, as long as that world left Cooper alone. He clasped Cooper's hand in his, swinging their arms between them. You ready, puppy? For what? Anything. Everything. Oh, is that all? Cooper laughed. I'm ready. Whatever you want. Chaos kissed Cooper's lovely cheek and started pulling him down the sidewalk. He already had what he wanted as well as what he needed, right here in his hand. It had all dropped into his lap in an instant when he'd been summoned by Cooper and his computer. But while they were out, they might as well have a little fun. This has been Calling Chaos, Demon Bound Book 3, written by Grae Bryan, narrated by Michael Ferraiuolo. Copyright 2025 by Grae Bryan. Production copyright 2025 by Grae Bryan.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.